You are watching a master at work.
It was the whole DeathRacer thing.
These are called DeathRacers. Sam Prentice, the real Sam Prentice. I'll link him here in a minute. I'm building one of these. We are building this on stream.
Phil from 3DP UK here, and I'm building the DeathRacer.
DeathRacer's low spot. The low spot DeathRacer was phenomenal. The colors they knocked out. They put a octopus on it and everything. It was super cool to see.
Hey, Sam Prentice is here. I just watched the Edgetex Murph video and got to see the DeathRacers.
We have Sam Prentice coming. The Sam Prentice. He's going to be hanging out with Tripod and all the community this weekend, and I cannot wait to say hi to him as well.
Phenomenal.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time you are watching this. This is Sam Prentice Makes Things Happen. I'm Sam Prentice back once again making it happen. And wow, what a weekend this has been. We were streaming on MakerDeck for a while, and we had this whole plan of what we were going to do. And Anycubic's got this new printer that we're not allowed to talk about. I've got it here. I've been using it. And I was supposed to be doing an unboxing. And literally at the 11th hour, Anycubic rang me and said, hey, can we delay this? And I was like, I've been talking about it. And yeah, it's it's here, and I've done an unboxing video, and it's going to be released now on the 21st of September, I believe. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled for that. So anyway, just while everything's getting kind of warmed up, I figured we'd be talking a little bit more about the DeathRacers. Welcome along if it's your first time here. Welcome. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and also hit that like button as well, because it helps with the whole YouTube algorithm stuff that we are feeling like it's so important. But anyway, I'm under the weather. I'm not very well at the moment. So that's another reason that I didn't stream anything last night. The printers in the background here, the pretty much the full Anycubic range that I've got here has been working overtime over the last 24 hours to basically get the DeathRacer up and running. And I'll just bring this stream and camera into the mix here. There we go. And as you can see here on my iPad, we have got a whole range of parts here that have been printed out over the last few hours. So, yeah, not the real Sam Prentice. No, definitely the real Sam Prentice. Who's this guy on YouTube? Yeah, man, it's me. It's me. Hey, Pete. Hope you're well. Hope your printer's going really well. 3DP UK. Are you not in Windsor today? Anyway, let's move this out of the way. Get this one off, remove from the stream. We'll come back to that later because it's not important at the moment. So if you haven't seen what a DeathRacer is basically a track-driven robot that has a jousting capacity to knock the other component's head off, or the opponent's head off, and by doing so, it actually has a kill switch inside the head that renders the robot out of the fight or out of the race or out of the battle, however you want to sort of see that perceived. So I've got a couple here that I'm building. So there's one here. And there's another one here. This one, there's two versions of these. I know we spoke about this the other day, but I thought it was important to cover it in this particular stream. Hey, the Edge of 3D. What's this? Sat here yesterday, waiting for your stream. I'm 24 hours behind. Okay, dude. Sorry about that. Like I say, I need a recommendation for more filament, please. Yeah, no worries, Pete. Let's talk about that. Polymaker is definitely a good choice. 3D filler print is good. It's good. So have a look at those guys as well. And I might be able to sort you some stuff out as well. This is a trip to Windsor. Good. Yeah, I like to see that. I like to see you paying your respects, mate. I would do it, but as I say, I am not well today. My son has come back from holiday, and he's ill, and the whole family are ill, and yeah, it really sucks to be sick and bad. But we're going to push on with the stream anyway, because It's Sunday. It's the morning somewhere, probably in Tripod's garage. It's the morning at the moment. Thanks for joining along. So anyway, we're talking about Death Racers today. These are two of the types of Death Racers that we're building at the moment. This one is for David from the 3D Printing Nerd. This is going to be one that I'm going to be giving to him at the East Coast Rep Festival. It's the original style. So this has got the Pololu motors in it, and it's got the RC controller inside of here as well, which is basically what we started off with. We've progressed and moved on now to something a little bit more bulletproof. These motors are Gearbox-driven 540 motors, which are standard, pretty much standard in the RC radio-controlled car world. And inside of this, we've also got these 6mm steel rods in here, which the reason we put those in there is because somebody's trying to call me now. Definitely don't want to speak to that person at the moment. The reason we put these inside of here, if we do any flips and jumps and stuff, it's just going to make sure that these things are more rigid. Death Racer. Hello, Martin. Hope you're well, mate. Yeah, so this one is pretty much built and ready to go. We've obviously just got to install the top and things like that. And I'll probably, I do enjoy streaming. I don't do it enough. It sucks that I don't do it enough, really. But we are getting the studio up together here. I've now got a dedicated Mac studio here that I'm going to be using to broadcast. I've got the Rodecaster. I've got the new microphones. I've got lights and everything and all that kind of crazy stuff. So I'm certainly going to try and do these on the stream as well. And as I say, this one is already working. It's got all the components and all the bits and pieces inside there. Hey, Jonathan, hope you're well. Thanks for joining. So let's start at the very beginning, how this kind of came to be. So I wanted to go to an event called Mirth, which is the Midwest Rep Festival. And I wanted to bring something along. And hang on a second, what's this? I'm writing a good article for a news site and thought I'd drop in. Oh, cool. Nice one. What site are you working on? In fact, there's a couple of things I want to show you guys. Just before we get into this, I just want to show you something. It's never funny, but I want to show you. There's two things, actually. Hang on. Right, let me grab this. Share screen. Bear with me. Right then, window. Okay, so as you can see here on the Death Racer site, Scott has produced this modified mainframe, which is definitely needed. I printed the standard one yesterday, and I don't have it to hand at the moment. But if you're building the Pro, and I hope that this is also going to fit the other side of the Death Racer as well, because there are a couple of different modifications that people have been making here. This is the one where you can remove the bottom and you can mess around with the electronics inside. Hello, NH3D Canada. Hope you're well. Hope you're building a Death Racer. So this is a file that's on the Death Racer group at the moment, and I'm incredibly proud that there's been so many people out there that have been kind of involved with making this kind of stuff, and the modifications are awesome. So let's get rid of that. The other thing I want to show is the delicacies of PLA, and as most of you will probably know, I'm involved with the R2 Builders. I sit on a committee of the UK R2 Builders Club. And I've just seen this come up. Now, this is a 3D printed R2D2, and it says, what happens when you print PLA brittle ankles? Now, this is a problem because it's one of the reasons why I tend to print my Death Racers in PETG or better, and tend to steer away from PLA. And you would have seen as well that Joel Telling, 3D Printed Nerd, he had some polymaker filament that was made out of silk filament. Now, silk filament has those kind of properties where you probably don't really want to be printing it in that, because it's not going to have the strength to it. But let's just watch this. Hopefully it'll play. So if you just watch the ankles, you can see one's but and it's that's a lot of hours and a lot of work there for that to basically break like that. And you can see it giving way, but I wouldn't have even let it get to that point. I think the legs would have need to be reprinted, and just to drop the dome like that is just awful, absolutely awful. Yeah, so it's not the first time I've seen an R2D2 crash. There was quite a famous one out in Japan that went over, and that wasn't a good time for anybody. But let's whip this over to here, and hopefully you guys can see this. So these are the tracks. Now, these weren't printed on an Anycubic printer, and the reason for that is I had a whole box full of these. I can actually show you the box, I think. I can. Here it is. So I had a whole box full of these, and I printed and printed and printed, and I've got probably maybe 2 or 3 Death Racers worth of parts in here, mainly because I had a number of TPU spools that I just wanted to use up and just get something done, and I just didn't want to be messing around later on. So the way these work is it's TPU, so it's a flexible filament. These are TPU 95. In fact, this is quite a tough one that I've printed out here. I think we've put quite a few layer lines inside of this. I'm just going to whip this off because it's quite tight, this belt. So as you can see here, you can see the flexibility inside of this. Now, in each one of these individual tracks, you'll find that there is a spiked rod that goes through. This is a 2mm spiked rod, and that basically sits in there, and it allows the flexibility and it allows the movement. The tracks are the most fun part. Yeah, they are, man. I know they are. But I spent quite a significant amount of time doing this yesterday, being sick. Well, not being physically sick, but just being ill. And yeah, so I kind of figured that we'd do the tracks. In fact, Jim, I think it's only the tracks that you've ever done, is it not? But, you know, whatever. So the way we do this is we just basically slide those in, and then I just knock them down. In fact, my son saw me doing this earlier, and then he proceeded to smack my R2-D2, which is in the background. He then decided to smack the hell out of that as well. So the tracks don't go on yet, but it's one of the first things that people generally tend to try and start off with. Printing these tracks can be a bit of a mission. Printing TPU, and depending on your printer and your printing settings, I've seen some absolutely, to take Jim's word out of his mouth, phenomenal versions. Hey, Jim, man flu. It is a bit man flu-y, I've got to be honest. Yeah, you know it. You know it. Let's do the picture-in-picture thing. There I am in the bottom. Look, hey, how's that going? Yeah, that's how we roll. Okay, so we've got that. The other things I want to show you is when you print out these particular parts, I've also now inserted the bearings inside of these. These are quite a crazy color. I mean, obviously you can see the pigmentation there. Yeah, he was busted, wasn't he? He was busted. So we've whipped the bearings into these already, and then obviously we're going to start making the Death Racer around that. These are this is a modified part here. Now, I've actually glued this down because, and I didn't realize, and it's probably something you guys, if you haven't already started building one of these, the inserts on these 3mm rods, you need to get those pressed. I don't know what they call them. They're like a pressed 3mm stud, and you can normally whip it in there with a soldering iron, and it basically melts the plastic, and it just allows you to get those 3mm. Someone will come up on chat in a second, I'm sure. It's basically so you can put the screws in. So I didn't have that, and I was obviously conscientious that we had this stream going on today, so I couldn't get the parts in time. So I've glued it down, and I'm confident that I'm going to be able to work inside of this without too many parts. This is the new 2-part chassis. That's right, Phil. It is, and like I say, I've glued it down. And this, so just so you're aware, this is all printed in PLA. This is Anycubic PLA. They've sent me, as I said earlier in the stream, they've sent me a couple of new printers as of late. And hey, Zombie Hedgehog, hope you're well. There you go. Sabotaged it in the process. He didn't. Tap insert. There you go. Heated inserts, tapped inserts. That's essentially what they are. And that's for the 3mm. And I believe it's a 4 or 5mm insert that you need to plug into those. This part here is absolutely fine. And the rest of these are absolutely fine. Now, the way that these work is essentially, if I get it in the right position, when you put these in, you can't really get it wrong. Although we can certainly try. So we're going to be popping those in either this way or that way. I'll have to check exactly where we're at with that. Yeah, it's definitely going to be that way. Okay, so you've got your left and you've got your right tracks here. You can't really get those wrong, as I say, because of the positioning of where the bars go through. But you've got your left and you've got your right there. We normally have the tracks driven towards the front. Still getting loads of messages here. Morning, we got tripod bit. Okay, I can redo the file for that frame so you can extrude. So you know what? That would not be a bad idea. That would not be a bad idea. Okay, 4mm by 5mm inserts. If it wasn't silk, the metal blue PLA from AC would look great. Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Yeah, so like I say, this is essentially how we're going to be moving forward. So generally speaking, the way I've kind of put these together in previous when I've been filming this before, or building this on at the Mirth show, we basically start with the motors, and I've got those here, and I've got the gears, and I've got all the bits and pieces. So these parts here are the driven motors. Okay, so essentially they will go. I'm hoping I'm going to get this right first time. They will go in like this. It might be the wrong way around. I can obviously check that, of course. Let's have a look. So on this one, it's mounted on the outside. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think that one's mounted on the outside. Okay, let's push this out then. Okay, make sure that's definitely correct. Getting it right first time. Not so much. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's just double, triple check everything. So on this one here, it is definitely mounted on the outside, and it's definitely mounted on the outside. So the gearing, so these parts of the gearing element will go on the outside on this one, and it'll also go on the outside of that one. Now, I printed these as single units because I just wanted the maximum amount of strength. I didn't want any stringing or any kind of weird retraction things in that. So that's what I did. That's how I did it. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to put too much more than what we've got on there in here. The other thing for the back wheels as well, we've got another couple of these little track units. There is a significant difference, by the way, between version 1 and version 2. So if you're doing the Pro Drive, you're going to need to print these ones, where on the first version, this didn't have that look sort of lip. I'm going to plug this in. They go together. Super, super easy. So we're going to work on the drive system to start with now, obviously. And what drives these, or what drives these gears here, are these two little lovely little gearbox elements here. It'll be up. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to catch up on the chat as well. I saw near it. Yeah, you know what? It's weird, actually, because I wish I'd joined his stream. I wish I'd seen what he was working on, because I completely missed that. He didn't shout out or anything about it, so I didn't know. It'll be up on the Facebook in about 5 minutes. That's awesome. Amazing color schemes, wash hands. Yeah. I was just looking at my hands. I was thinking I was in the garden earlier. So, you know, have I got dirty hands? That would have been weird. So these are the little gearboxes. What we've done here, and hopefully you can see that. And if you can't, I'll come over here. There's little 5mm bushes that we've put onto this. They connect straight into there. You need probably about 4 or 5 mil on the screws. And what I've done as well is I've super glued the metal parts to the plastic. You shouldn't ever need to take these out. So yeah, that's the way we're rocking with these those parts. Oh, not me, over there. There we go. Right, what else do we need then? So here we go. Now then. Okay, so I believe these ones are for the back, because they have that little weird separation. They go on here and here. And I believe these ones go on the front here and here, and we will certainly test those out. So there is a bit of printing to do, especially with these. It's really bright, isn't it, that light? I do apologize, guys. It's super sunny here, and these are fluorescing like crazy. Mad. So that's the drivetrain, essentially. The next things we have are these brushed motors. And there is a bit of hacking to do with these, and you're going to love what I'm about to do in the next few minutes. So I've seen a few pictures online. I've seen a few images online, and I'll share something with you now. Bear with me for a moment. Here we go. This one. Right then. Okay. So this is, I've got a bunch of pictures that I've grabbed off the net this morning. because I was dead impressed with some of the builds that you guys have been doing. And, you know, it's going to be awesome. We're going to have a really good time out there. So there's a few, as you can see, Rick and Morty there, Cyberman. This is a work in progress. Morty again. I love all these. They're just insane. Insane. Right, this is the picture I'm looking for. I can't remember who posted it, but whoever did, awesome. These motors are the Surpass hobby motors. They're 11T motors, and they are an alternative to the original hobby ones that we suggested. And in installing these, what they suggest, or what this guy suggested, is actually you solder it kind of backwards, because as you can see just on the inside here, that's where your wheel is going to go. Okay, so you're going to have to be really careful about the segregation of that. You can sort of whiz it round. What advantages does a brushed motor give over brushless? I'm not big on the RC world, but I am reasonable in the robotics world, and you can use either motors. I believe the brushless ones are slightly quicker, or can be slightly quicker. They've got more torque and more power to them, but it's not. I know there are people out there that have been saying, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. All power to you if that's what you want to do. The thing is, with the brush motors, I believe you have to replace the brushes after a while. So I believe it's how the power transitions through the motor. So yeah, that's about all I know on that one, I'm afraid. But by all means, try it. So this is the little stilt that these guys have come up with, which I absolutely love. Easy print. Apparently, it can be done with no supports, which I'll be trying later. Again, more DeathRacers there, and we'll look at those. Look at this Predator one. That is insane. Yeah, I love it. I love it. So good. So good. Right, let's drop this one out. Right, so here we are. So here are the motors. Now, with the motor, you're also going to need what Tripod would know as the elusive gearboxes. I think I've got a noise for that. Let me try that again. The elusive gearboxes. There you go. Oh, yeah. All the bells and whistles on this show today. Okay, so the gearboxes are Lisu gearboxes. These ones were from AliExpress, and they come fully built, and you need to strip them down. So let's have a little look at where. So my son came in this morning, and he was grabbing all my tools. He was pulling stuff about. He was grabbing stuff off the desk, and then he had to be escorted from the room. No heat set. Hang on a second. No heat set. Insert mainframe upgrade to. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. No heat set. Okay, hang on. Where can we wind them in the USA anywhere? I believe if you have a fruity cocktail, you're able to get them in the US. What else we got? Got to run. Okay, dude. Have fun. Catch you soon. Thank you for that, by the way. Those damn gears. Yeah. They have been a bit elusive, but as I say, if you do go to the AliExpress store for Lisu, we did speak to them, and I did negotiate some terms and stuff with them. They stuck. Find it. Where's it gone? Yeah, we did negotiate some stuff there, and if you scroll down to the bottom, I believe you can get it on a speedy postage. These came via DHL, and it cost me $20 extra to get those. So here we are. So this is the gearbox. And as I say, what happens with this is that will sit on there. Get on. It will sit on there once we've undone these little grub screws. The other thing with these grub screws is from experience with other little radio controlled robots, these do tend to work loose. Not so much on these ones because we kind of knew that was going to happen. So that will sit in there quite nicely like this. Let's have a look. Zoom in on that, shall we? There we go. There we go. So that just zooms in there nicely, and I drop it and it all falls out of my hand. There we go. Let's try again. Nice. Wind those gears. Yeah. What's this say? My planetary gearboxes arrived yesterday. There you go. See, you can get hold of them. So obviously a lot of the guys here are going to be preparing for the East Coast Rip Rap Festival, which is coming up, I believe, in 3 weeks' time. Now, what you'll find straight away, and this was an interesting, okay, I get it now. Right, I was just about to say there is a modification where the guys have basically printed a spacer. Now, the spacer is so that you don't have to cut this rod. I'm going to cut the rod because that's how I roll. But the spacer is obviously so you don't have to cut these. Makes total sense. Now, you do need to take out about 5 mil off of this gearbox. Sorry, off of this spindle. And then on top of that, hoping I can... Oh, yeah, man. This is good. This is good stuff. Okay, so then what we do is we're basically going to install this little gear on top here. So we're going to cut about 5 mil off. Then we're going to install this tiny little gear. The way we do that is we just knock it on. So there we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do not try this at home. But I am about to get the Dremel out. Okay. Right, let's move that out of the way. Okay. Let's turn it up. Just like that. Okay. So once we've done that, just going to pop this back in. Needs a little bit more off there, a tiny bit more off. There we go. That's how we roll in the UK. Okay, so as you can see here now, that sits in there very, very nicely, nice and tight. So as I say, we're going to knock this gearbox, or this gear, on top. And the way we do that, there's no, I think you just have to be gentle with it. So pop it on, and then we're going to use the back end of this. Now this is a technical term, safety first, exactly. We're just going to knock it on. We're going to try and knock it on. These are one of those things I should have tried before I went on live stream here doing this. The good news is if anything breaks, I've got spare parts because I ordered spares. That is literally it, ladies and gentlemen. That is on. That's it. That's it. There's no grub screw. There's no messing around. There it is. It's on. So we cut about 5 mil off. We make sure it fits, which it does. I'm going to pop that into the planetary gearbox. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. There is no space there in between those two things. Now, the camera had safety glasses on. Yeah. What I tend to do, and you probably might have seen it in the stream there, I kind of just moved out of the way and braced myself. Anyway, there we go. So next thing we've got to do is, now this took a little bit of time to get my head around on how to install these gearboxes, but you've basically got to take it apart. And it is a little bit worrying when you do it. And I'll explain why, and you'll see why probably, because you're basically taking out a gearbox that should be kind of ready to rock and roll. And you're making some modifications to it that potentially could cost you an entire gearbox. But we'll see what happens. So don't forget to hit that subscribe button, guys, and also smash a little like. If you're joining us here for the very first time, make sure you say hello in the comments. If you're building a DeathRacer and you've got a question, well, you can just let me know because I'm here. I'm here to answer your questions today. So we just got to undo these 4 screws, and I'm going to try and remind myself how this is done. Okay, let's get that off. Get out of it. Right, there we go. So there is your planetary gearbox there, guys. Very nice. Okay, and from memory, we have to then install this part onto here using the screws provided. You can touch, you can touch, you can touch, you can cut the tension here with a knife right now. That's what I was going to say. But you can always touch it as well if you want to. Okay, there we go. So we're going to whack 2 screws into here. If we can get the motion right. So do this one a little bit. You don't have to do it this way. Okay, so here's a question. I want to start building robots, but have no idea where to start. Any tips? No tips at all. No, seriously though. Depends what sort of robots you want to build. And I'm doing some stuff with a website at the moment that builds a number of different types of robots and things. But they're not sponsoring this build. So, but yeah, there are a number of places you could go to. So if you look at Michael Badley's Printed Droids, Michael Badley, of course, is the very much the brains of the technicality on building this. Learn Fusion, that's probably a good idea. And try and get your own ideas out there. There are literally, if you're thinking about 3D printing robotics, this is, to be fair with you, this is just an idea we were talking about. This all, like I said, this all came to fruition because I met Joel Telling and I was like, hey, I like this whole YouTube boxing thing, but nobody wants to. No one in the 3D printing world really wants to fight anybody else. So, or maybe they do. Maybe I'm wrong. So we talked about that, and then we came up with this idea of, you know, could we get a jousting robot? And Michael was like, hey, what about if we knocked the head off? And we talked about all sorts of different switches, and could you have like a magnetic version? How fast will these things go? And it's all kind of come up in and around that arrangement over time. And then obviously then we did the Murph race, and then we've got now these super speedy motors as well. Oh, Offset Maker Lab, you beauty. Look at that, $10. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. I'll spend it on pancakes. You know it. So that's where we end up. Okay, so we basically take off this lower ring here, and if I can get it into shot, this lower ring comes off. We then attach that to the motor, and then we then reinsert the 4 screws. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Beautiful. What a beauty. Okay, so once we got those parts done, we then need to grab the motor inserts. Now, these prints came out pretty good, and I know we're going to be pushing them up against the inners and outers of this. So let's just work out where we are going to put this into. Where are the list of parts you recommend? Well, the list of parts will differ depending on what you're looking to build. So if you're going with a standard, I'll just whip that one up. It's a Wild Sam. Hello, Britt. Hey, Britt, you did. I really enjoyed your E3D mention the other day. That was good. And I'm sort of jealous because I know E3D. They are literally just down the road from me. I've never done anything with them. And we've tried to get things off the ground, but it just never really gets going. So well done. That's what I'll say. Well done to you. That is awesome. Okay, so back to the list of parts we recommend. Well, if you join up to the DeathRacer Builders group on Facebook, there will be a list of parts there. The other thing to remember, and what I will say is, depending on where in the world you are, it will. This is a weird one because in the UK, like we just order from China, it's easy. In America, there will probably be American brands that will do the job that you could get locally, and it's up to you. So if you're looking to try and build this for the East Coast Rip Festival, you very much need to have the parts within the next week or so. So yeah, what's this? Also, thank you very much. I can't wait to show off my new Predator builds. And thank you. It was a fluke. You clearly have a superior choice in interviewing interesting people. Great interview. Yeah, Jim's trying to get in on it now. Look, bless him. Yeah. Predator build. So I don't know if you saw the Predator DeathRacer. That could be quite interesting. Hang on, let me try and find it. Here it is. How can I post this up? Share the screen. Here we go. Share. Now I can just hear in the background that my son has just woken up, and I put something in front of the door so he can't get in. But that doesn't mean that he won't try. Right, let's get rid of. Oh no, here we go. There you go. Add to stream. This is the Predator build. Check this out. This is on the DeathRacer group on the old Facebook. Where is it? Yes, there. Look at that. Check it out. Check that out. Dead impressed. See if we can. There you go. Make it a bit bigger. That's insane. I love that. Absolutely love that. It looks like this is curving down further as well. I think they've done a bit of modification to the front there. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, Predator DeathRacer. That's where the party is at. Cool, isn't it? Very cool. And again, you know, learn fusion. This is what I was saying earlier. How do you get into robot building? Man, I never did design technology or anything like that at school. So and then I started building R2D2s. It's kind of weird, isn't it, really, how things turn out? Anyway, enough about me. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to install the motor onto the motor mount. And then we're going to kind of work out exactly how things are going to start going together after that point. Now, the good news is if you have bought the gearboxes from Lisu, you should, God, it's a tight fit, but it's going to go. There we go. Click it in. We should be able to mount this. Nice. There we go. Using the screws that they provided, which are these ones here. I've seen a few cases where these screws do become loose, so you can always Loctite these stuff in. Right, what's this? They take the light out of it. What's the light? Step into the light. Jason M with $20 of pancakes. Oh my God. Here's the funny thing, right? I've got to tell you about some pancake stuff. So when I was out in the States last time, and I'm gonna really look forward to seeing you, Jason, because we've never met, and you're a cool guy, so thank you for that. I do appreciate it. When I was out in the States and I started eating the pancakes, and I was like, I'm gonna go on a diet. I'm gonna get on the Peloton. I'm gonna do all these like amazing dietary things, and when I turn up at the East Coast Rip Festival, people are going to say to me, man, you're so slight, you're so slender. What the hell? What's happened? You know, did you catch something? I don't know. I've just had a thought. I am putting this on the right way, aren't I? Yeah. Anyway, I didn't get on the Peloton. I didn't do anything. And yeah, I haven't got on scales either to think how much weight did I put on following my epic adventure to America on the quest for the ultimate pancakes. But I will have some pancakes when I'm out there, but I don't know if I'll be having them every single day. There was a choice of some French toast that Tripod's brother suggested, and I'm quite partial to some avocado. So, you know I can do it, but hey, life is. I didn't know I was going to be going back to America so quickly. I looked at the East Coast Rip Festival and I was like, nah, can't do it. Well, I could do it. I just didn't want to pay all the money to go out again to America, and then I got a sponsorship. So yeah, I said I would diet for Comic-Con, and I put on 1 kilo. Brett, hang on. Brett, I've seen you in real life. You do not need to diet. You just don't. You just don't. The award-winning pancakes. Now, Jim told me a little fib yesterday because he was telling me that he doesn't drink. Then I managed to pull up a picture of a definite. It's not kind. It's true. It's definitely true. It was either a Coke or a Guinness, and Coke generally doesn't tend to have a creamy head. Now, Jim, we know you love a creamy head, and we think that you probably enjoy a Guinness. So we are going to have some cocktails. We've got to go out and do it again. It was a good crack. It was a really good crack. We'll try and get. I know that the guys from Polymaker are coming over. Nick from Polymaker is flying out from China to be there. So I'm going to try and get him out. Maybe the Slice Engineering guys as well, if Dan's going. Dan is building a DeathRacer. My biggest concern right now is that there's going to be so many DeathRacers there, and we haven't perhaps accounted for the amount that's coming, and I don't know how many are going to come. And we've accounted for maybe like 20 that are going to be working, because you always get some people drop out. Then we're probably going to have some people saying, hey, I don't want to smash my DeathRacer up, and I've just built it and it's cost me loads of money, and yada, yada, yada. So we don't know yet. So we'll have to wait and see. And there we go. So here we go. There we go. That's on. Happy days. Job done. Thanks, Jason, though. I'll like I said, we call it Coke, Guinness here in the States. Yeah, right. I think you call it Coke to your wife. That's probably more likely. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a few Cokes. Yeah. You know the real Sam Prentice. Yeah, him. Yeah. No. We won't be getting drunk. We won't be getting on it. We won't be partying. And the other thing is, I'm actually doing a talk, possibly 2 talks at the East Coast Rep Festival. And the bit that always gets me is whenever I think, oh yeah, I'm going to do this talk, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I just don't think anyone's going to come. And I might have made a rod from my own back there. Nero! Here he is. I don't think I'll be able to catch the whole stream. Just pop in and say hi. Will the Pro model get a manual, or should I rewatch the stream? Good point. I think what I'll do is I'll chapter this, and especially with the way the gearbox is mounted, that's really the only difference there. The way that the gearbox is mounted. To be fair with you, as I say, this element here going into here, basically you just take the back off of this and screw it down into the motor. It's super, super easy. And as I say, yeah, it's a shame I missed your stream, dude. I rewatched part of it where you were slicing it and stuff. So hope it goes well. And yeah, so I'm going to do this at sort of the builder's pace. So, but again, all it is, the Pro version, the only difference is, the key difference is just those motors. The mixing and all the rest of it is kind of part and parcel to that, I guess. But really and truly, it's exactly the same. It's you're mounting the same things, you're doing the same things, you're putting Loctite on the same things. I'll be heckling you during your talk. Awesome. Well, at least you'll be there to heckle, right? I think we can safely say about that. Now, have I got any Loctite left in this? That'd be annoying, wouldn't it, if there's no Loctite? As I say, don't scrimp on this. I very nearly didn't do it, but if you scrimp on this, then you'll just be taking stuff apart, messing about. We're going to bring out the big Loctite guns here. I don't even know if I've used this yet. Really fun to watch the build. Thanks, dude. Appreciate that. Is this even... Oh, I don't even think I've even opened this yet. That's how new this Loctite is. Thanks, Amazon. Have I just broken the wrong bit? What's going on with this? Oh, okay. Okay, you pull that out. Right, okay. I got it. I got the technical. Oh, no. Seriously. Seriously. You knew that was going to happen, right? God. Ah, man alive. There we go. We have got some tissue in the pocket just in case Loctite leaks everywhere, which Fred's it did in this case. What we're going to do then. Here we go. Top tip for Loctite. Here we go. We're going to squirt some of that down here. Oh, it smells lovely. Right then. Here we go. Let's get this little bugger on here. There he is. And we're just going to feed that. There isn't a really good way of showing you this, but we're going to feed that straight into the hole that's on the gearbox here. And that is in nice and tight. Once we've got that one done, whip the other one out the other side. There he is. Glue him up. Happy days. Thank you. Okay, so that's that. That is done. That is one done. One done. Okay, so as you can see here, it does sit to one side on the central part of this. So we're just going to work out again what side this needs to go on. I'm assuming it's going to need to be pushed into here. Things are pretty tight, going to be honest here. So what happens now is if we push this in, we should, he says, let's work out which side it's got to go in. Might be this way around. This is me with every 3D printer that I've ever built. I just kind of hope and see what happens. Definitely the other way around. Okay, so I've got that wrong. I have got that wrong. Let's try it on this one. I think I've got that wrong on both. Okay. So what we're going to do then, we have got it wrong, friends. We have got it wrong, but it's fine. Let's knock this bad boy out. So when this goes in, can't go in that way. It can only go in this way, as you can see. And you'll see that the motor here, hopefully you can see that, it's very, very green. It sticks out to one side. Axle goes the other way. Have I got it right, ladies and gentlemen? Axle goes the other way. It certainly does. And then what we're going to do, once we've got that in, we're going to mount these screws. So we have a few screws here. And so I just bought a standard load of these little M3 screws. And we're probably going to cut a few of these down. I'm going to use this here electrician screwdriver. Hopefully mount it in nicely. Good man. Coming up next, how did I design this to go again? Hey, Mr. Vines, hope you're well. Now then, that's, oh, it's tight in there. Okay, I'm going to have to cut this a little bit. Now, what you want to make sure is that you're not going to start splitting any of this PLA. So it was done, this was printed in PLA. It's not what generally I would have used. Most of my machines are all dialed in to for PTG, but this is what Anycubic sent me. So whatever. Here we go. Doing great, Sam. Thanks. I have a coffee and everything. Oh, bless you. Bless you. Not one of those awful black coffees that you guys have in the diners out there, right? That will probably kill you, that stuff. Who knows? So there we go. Oh, everyone's saying hi to Brian. Hello, Brian. Now, I'd be interested to know if Brian is building a DeathRacer. I know Pooch has got one because I pretty much built it for him, but we haven't seen it yet. Joel Telling's got one. Joel Telling's done a reprint of it as well, and I don't think he's going to bring it. I really don't. No, it's a good and proper black coffee. No cream, no sugar. Wow. Yeah, so Anycubic was saying, hey, we're going to send you silk filament. And I was like, no, please don't. I'd rather just have some of your normal PLA. So they sent me the PLA. As I say, normally with the Polymaker stuff, which is pretty much all I print in usually, we run it with PETG. The strength for that tends to be very, very good. Joel's going down again. I think Joel's scared. I think Joel, you know, he got that video out. I don't think the video did as well as he thought it might. And I kind of figured that he was like, you know what? I can't have this British guy coming over here, eating our pancakes. Taking our tripods. Okay, so here we go. So as you can see here, as we mount this, I mean, this green it's Slimer green. It's mad. I still want to. What's this say? Ooh. Okay. Interesting. So we've got, there is another DeathRacer model that's going to be coming out after or during the East Coast Rip Festival. There we go, friends. That fits in there nicely. Look at that. So this is what we want. Anyway, so that model, I'm going to be printing that very, very soon. I'm just waiting on Polymaker to provide me with their filament. So I still want to, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, we've done that. Yeah. Yeah, it might do. It may well do. So that's sitting in there quite nicely. The motor isn't off at all. So that's good. So now, friends, unfortunately, we're going to have to take it out because I'm just going to see how this is all sitting. And it's important that you, I will say it is quite important that you do try and dry fit these. What's the most common injuries for the DeathRacers at Murph? Was it the joints? Was it where it was? Yeah. So what happened with Joel's is that he used Polymaker silk, and the silk wasn't really designed for impact. So, as most people are saying here, you know, this PACF stuff, the DeathRacer that I'm bringing with me is going to be made out of Polymaker carbon fiber. Here's what I'm talking about here. Can you see the distances? Hopefully you can see the distances between where the motor is now, and hopefully you guys can see that. It just means that you've got bruised shins. Yeah, a lot of the guys at the guys behind the East Coast Road Festival are like, what about broken ankles? What about, you know, because we're having to do a whole load of health and safety around this one, which is fine, you know, and I think as it should be. I've got no complaints with that at all. But, you know, we are talking about, I mean, freak accidents can happen, of course. But generally, the way that things went down at the last event, I don't think we're really going to see any unpleasantness or, you know, anything kind of crazy like that. Yeah, gears breaking. That was, you know, a couple of the motors burnt out because of the surface that we were on. So both of my motors on my DeathRacers kind of died because of overheating. It was a particularly hot day. We were using it on aggregate as well. So this time around, we've got it on concrete. If it slides around a little bit, it's kind of a good thing. Using these particular motors, though, you shouldn't have any of that. They don't get hot. I've literally done these things to death. So, you know, we should be in a good place now with these ones. I'm just going to take this out. Obviously, we've got another one to do. So glue your brains. Who's installed the RF jammer for their racers? That would be funny. Oh, you think you burnt your motors out as well? Did you? Okay. I think Lozbot melted their motors at one point. There we go. Right. So on this motor, you can see here you've got a positive and negative. Now, the way that these motors work is actually it doesn't really matter which is your positive and which is your negative, because ultimately, when you plug it into the ESC, you can then determine which way it's going to go via the cable selection. So it doesn't matter if it's positive one way or positive another way, but it does show your positive and negative, your red and your black on here. So I would certainly look to follow that guideline. However, on the other side of the ESCs, you may or may not, there's the smoking. Oh my God. You may or may not, or you may need to change that around if you can't do it in your, not worry about the boys, just the bots. Yeah, you may need to change them around. You can sometimes do that on the radio, depending on which radio you've got. And of course, we'll be going through radios a little bit later on this afternoon. So there we go. Right, next thing, we've now got to get a soldering iron. This is a gas soldering iron. And hopefully we won't melt too much other than the DeathRacer. We're going to pour I've forgotten how to talk now. Just going to pop that on. I've got some solder here as well. And your positive is on the left-hand side, and your negatives on the right-hand side as you look at it. Now, what was suggested on the forum is to basically solder them in this way around, so you don't get anything catching on that way. You shouldn't get them catching anyway because of the way that these are built. Of course, if you're putting the spacer in there so you don't have to cut the rod, then obviously you're going to have 5 mil that's going to come out a little bit further this way. Smoking. Somebody stop me. Let's get a little bit of solder on here. So I saw Nero post up a thing on Facebook the other day about music in the background. I do think that's something that might need to happen on this kind of stream, so you're not listening to my monotonous voice the whole time. Please tell me this is going to melt. Come on, baby, you can do it. Oh yeah, we're there. Concentration on this face. Yeah, we are good to go. Happy days. Right, that's on. Good job. First one done. First one of 4, by the way. You get a better iron, so much better than gas. Yeah, that's the funny thing, though, Pete, that I use this for my light show stuff, and I love it because you can just whack it on, get it going. I have got an electric one here as well. Of course I have, but I do like to use the gas one because it's just easy usually. Okay, there we go. So Pete has got the Focus Odin 5 that was used in one of my streams, and Phil from 3DP UK used it as well for a review. And I hope he's getting on really well with it. He's looking at building a DeathRacer. It should fit on that plate. Look at that. Oh! Talk about watching a master at work. Woo! ST100, love it. And I will run those off lipos. There we go. So what you could do at this point, if you really wanted to, I guess you could put some electrical tape around it. Are there any benefits to that? Not really. Okay, so we're hot at the moment. And we are going to angle these. Let's have a look at the body and see where we're going to angle these then, shall we? Okay, I'm going to angle them towards the left-hand side. Around then. See, that's going to be a bugger, isn't it? Look at that. I don't know if you can see here, but I think this is maybe going to foul a little bit on this. So we're going to try and slide him in. There we go. Yeah, we're good. As I said before, it is quite a tight fit getting that mount in there. But we're there. We're doing it. Look at that. There you go. And your positive and negatives are there. Okay, what does this say? This can be printed. Oh, hang on a minute. Let me catch up with the chat. Will this fit on the build plate of the 400? Will this fit on the 400? Let's have a look. Yes. Yes, it will. Let's have a look. What else have we got here? Will this fit on the... Yes, it will. Can this be printed on a Prusa Mark 3? Yes, it can. Oh, this can be printed on... Yes, it can. Right, okay. Are you using 12 or 14? Good question there, actually. I think they are 14s. And we're using 7.4 volt. I'm building a DeathRacer. Laugh out loud. It's not going as fast as I'd hope. And now Spring has added me as admin to the Viber group. Awesome. I did ask her to do that, so I'm glad you got in on that. Were the gears for the original updated as well? Now, the gears here on this one, on the Pro, I don't know if you can... Oh, why is this work so crap on the light? These gears have been beefed up. Yes. So you will need to reprint those. And of course, these parts as well have been increased, if you can see that. Hopefully you can. I've got to shoot, unfortunately, mate. No worries, Pete. We'll see you soon, dude. Catch you soon. Adios. I probably will be. If it's going at this rate, I probably will be here. I probably will. Okay, so let's move this in. This is around the wrong way anyway. Let's have a look. That's better. Right, let's pop him in. Catch you around the Discord. Happy building. Thank you, dude. Was Murph the first appearance of the DeathRacers, or have they been? Yeah, they were the first, actually. Yes, they were the first at that event. Let's just set this back in. There we go. Okay, let's whack those back in again then. Here we go. Yeah, so Murph was the first. The idea was we did this whole thing with Joel, and I met Joel at Form Next in Frankfurt, and I said, what if we did this thing? And they were called Wacky Racers to start with. We probably should have kept that name, to be fair, because as you can imagine, when you're putting tags and stuff for DeathRacer on YouTube, it comes up with a morbidity. Is that the right word? It's basically morbid, and that basically sends the algorithm into a downward spiral, which is why if you watch Joel's video, he's going on about CF nylon or something like that. I think that is the reason for that. It certainly tagged on something on my on my Facebook that something was concerning them. But as I say, it is what it is. It's a bit like Fight Club, this. You know, the less is more sometimes with people knowing. And this is part of the issue with the East Coast Rep Festival, is that they are kind of a bit worried that there's going to be thousands of these turning up and it's going to be carnage. But I'm safely thinking there won't be any more than 30, certainly. So you must have learned a lot from Murph. Yes, I did. I mean, Murph was hugely successful. Just so you know, I'm putting some grease into this as well, just so that we aren't putting too much pressure on plastic. You don't have to do this, but it's suggested that we do by me. Yeah, so we have learned quite a lot. We've learned where some of the issues were, and you know, it's a bit like the manufacturers of 3D printing, is because sometimes they don't actually work out that there are issues until they're out there in the wider area, and they might not be, you know, Anycubics are really quite a funny one, really, because they keep printing this owl, and I'm like, okay, so we're printing the owl, and now I've just printed a bunch of other stuff on this new Anycubic printer, and oh my god, it's amazing. It's like, blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. So there you go. Now then. That is tight, man. That is tight. I believe I've got this around the right way. As I say, I just tend to build them and just chuck them all together and see what happens, really. But as you can see here, hopefully you can see it on the screen there, it is super, super tight. Just missing these elements here. Okay, that's good. Having some good fun. Okay, so let's whack a couple of screws through this then, because that is nearly done. Just going to check my phone, just make sure everything is hunky-dory. Here we go. Oh, it's all good fun. Fun and games at the fair. Right. Sorted. Okay. The motor thing needs to be flipped 180. Does it? Guide me through it. The motor thing needs to be flipped 180. Why? Why does it need to be flipped 180? You sure? I'll wait for your reply. I'm not sure it does. Does that matter? Taps are sticking out of my gear. I think it's going to be okay. I don't think that's an issue. Because if I mounted it the other way, then the gears wouldn't then be on the outside. I mean, you can have them mounted on the inside or the outside, I guess. I'm going to carry on. I'm going to carry on going this way. I'm happy to be wrong, of course. Happy to be wrong. These bits of plastic. If you ever play that shuffle puck game at like amusement arcades, just sounds just like that. Okay, so if I had a screwdriver, electric screwdriver right now, I would love that. Absolutely love that. Taps are sticking out my gear. Well, yeah, like I say, I mean, the mount is the mount. We'll see how things work out. We're an hour in and we haven't quite finished one. We're going to be here all night at this rate. No, I'm sure we won't. No worries. It took me 5 times to get the rider on right. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? And you know, the other thing that was modified is there. I saw it online the other day, and I thought, no, I haven't seen that. Of course, I haven't printed out a lot of the new files until now. So for the very first time, I'm sort of seeing this again with those modified tabs and stuff. So air hockey tournament with broken DeathRacer's gears. Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, that wouldn't be a bad idea actually. But what I'd like to see is possibly. Maybe for next year or something, maybe we can do something else where, you know, we have either a different type of race or maybe the community kind of takes it over and modifies the hell out of it. And we've got different types of DeathRacers or different modes or, you know, modified classes and stuff like that. If that's what people want to do, they might not. This was all just a bit of fun just to knock Joel Telling's head off, you know, and look at my hand. That looks really weird, doesn't it? Look at that. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Slowly here, being driven mad. Where is that drill? When I definitely had a drill in here the other day because my son was trying to. Hey. Guess what? Oh, there we are. Plunge that one in a bit more. That's the one. Okay. So there we go, friends. He is on. He is on. Now, I will, just because you've kind of casted some doubt in my mind now, I'm going to make sure this definitely fits on. Fits on. Yeah, that looks okay. Okay. Obstacle course could be, yeah. So we've got a thing that I'm calling cunning stunts. Be careful how I say that. Where we want to try and get some of these racers sort of up in the air and over jumps and stuff. If people want to do that, we've got a non-contact death race. We've got a fully contact death race. We've got a ton of different prizes being given out to various people. I think Focus are involved with it as well now. They're giving away an Odin smart printer, and I think 2 Odin standard ones as well. Come on, you bugger. So the only problem with drilling stuff is that you've just got to be a little bit careful not to completely mess everything up. Sam, can I use new gears for the old racer or the old gears now beefed up? Okay, so if you're talking about the inner gears, so we're talking about these. If you're talking about these can be reused. However, if you're talking about these gears, these are majorly beefed up. These are, you know, Eric Cartman beefed up, beefcake, beefed up stuff. Very different, mate. Very, very different. Just taking the thread out, ladies and gentlemen. This is part of the issue with cheap screws. Never mind. The ones that I got, yeah. So I mean, I would reprint those, dude. I would definitely reprint those. Can I use new gears on the old race ones? Yes, you should be able to do that. Because I think there's different spaces on it. Try it. You've got a bamboo, dude. You can do it really quick. Come on, mangled screw. Out you come. Right, that bugger's out. Okay, let's whiz him down. I'm supposed to have a bamboo tomorrow. Awesome. I love all these people that got all these bamboos. They don't make me jealous at all, friends. Not in the slightest. Okay, that's interesting. I've got something catching on here. So, see if we can move that out of the way. That might be, as you said, because it's round incorrectly. It looks okay, though. Let's have another look at this one. I think you might be right. Yeah, so... yeah, we should be... oh, I think we can make that work. I think that'll still work. Not done yet. Nope. No, sir. Okay, let me bring that tab out a little bit. Right. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. So that's that, friends. And the other thing you may want to consider is obviously putting a cable tie around here. However, I'm going to double, triple check this. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I think that's okay. Okay. So, cable ties. Where art thou? Here they are. So the reason we're using these cable ties is just to get the cables out of the way so they don't foul on the gears. And it is important that you do that, because if you get those cables all chewed up, then you're going to be messing around, re-soldering everything. And it's just a bit of a pain in the butt. Jim, did you get your hotel sorted out in the end? And which one are you staying at? Hey, Ed, how you doing? Well done. Just going through the motions at the moment, putting the old motor together. Okay, here we go. There we are. Okay, so they are just out of the way there now. So it won't foul on these rear ones. It shouldn't foul on the front ones. You've got the front ones are turning very nicely. We've got that greased up in there as well, so we've got no issues around that. I could do with a little pair of snips. Here they are. Let's just take the ends off of these. Donk. Donk. Happy days. Right then. So what we want to do is obviously move these into position into this. Love the color. Yeah, I had no input on the color combo for this. To be completely honest, this was the guys at Anycubic. They chose the colors. I said, whatever you want to do, let's do it. And they went, okay. And this is what they've come up with. So that's all on them. So the way I usually do this is I will add the rod into here, and then once I position the second motor, I'll then cut the rod to what size I want it to go to. That way, I just find it to be a little bit easier, really. So I'm not messing around too much. The correct size I will measure so you guys know what needs to be done, but it doesn't need to be sort of too over the top. So there you go. Hope that helps somebody. Hope someone's feeling nice and warm inside over that. So what are you guys up to today? Obviously, in the UK at the moment, we're mourning the death of our late Queen. And I don't live that far away from Windsor. So that's been a bit sucky, to say the least. And it's all in the media at the moment. It's all over the news. You cannot have missed it. Let's move this in. So I'm just going to stick this plate straight onto this now. I'm just making sure we've got all the holes all lined up. I don't know if we have. It looks kind of weird then. Why did it look weird? I bet I've got it around the wrong way. I'm working on a video. Oh, okay. So nice rod. What diameter are those rods? These are 6mm rods. And when we were talking, I was talking to Jim about the rods yesterday, and he came up with something quite amusing where he said his missus wouldn't mind a 6mm rod. And I said, is that a disappointment to you? You're working, Tripod. You work all the time. All the time. All the time. Did I say that already? Tripod is like, for me, is like the true American hero. He does nothing but work. That's it. He is always working. Even when he's not working. He is like a little computer whizzing around all the time, doing something. He's always doing something. Can't escape it. Prepping for my stream today. DeWitt, what is your stream today? When is that happening? And how do we get involved with it? What's this say? I've the green. I've just got a print. 140 size, 20-inch. Oh, Flexi Factory Skellington. That sounds awesome. I think you need to rotate the chassis 180. I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going, see what happens. I want to know about this stream. Tell me about the stream. 7 days a week. Look at that. Even as he does, you're not wrong. Yeah, it was brakes, wasn't it? So I'm just going to make sure these rods are at the right parts here. There we go. Donk, donk, donk. If someone has the work, I'd rather be. Yeah, exactly. I agree. So with these on, that's what the space and distance is going to look like. And then, of course, then we've got this part that goes on. I mean, to be fair, I've probably got it around the wrong way, if I'm honest. If I put it on here. I think I'm just going to go with it and see what happens. I mean, what's the worst that can happen here? It's just got an extra bit of distance, right? Oh, here we go. 5 p.m. MST. How many hours is that? Yeah, the Voron is not done yet. No, you've got it right. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you. Oh, my God. You guys, honestly. You can't take the mick out of disabled people, Jim. You'll get cancelled. The slanted lip is at the front. There you go. So we had this whole dilemma early on when into this build where we were like, well, do we drive it from this side? Do we drive it from that side? Do we drive it from the rear? And what are the perils and pitfalls of doing it that way? And I kind of like the front wheel drive versions. That works quite well. Yeah. Here's the thing, Jim. I can tell you now, you're going to hell. You, my friend, are going to hell. Hell. And I saw some pictures of you on Facebook without, like, the hair and stuff. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, what is that all about? Oh, he's fully able. He's just one of... I mean, yeah, exactly. My favourite part of hanging out with Tripod is the fact that we're able to park as close as we do to any restaurant. And we were out, we went to a pancake place one morning with his wife, Jennifer, and they went through the door and she didn't hold the door for Tripod, and it sort of just kind of hit him. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, it was funny. It was funny. Ah, that was nice. Right. So here we are, guys. We're getting this kind of shape going on now. As you can see, the motors are now mounted. We've got some good distances between everything here. That is turning very nicely, and we're feeling the burn. Talking of the burn, these afterburners have now been installed on the back of this one, and again, it is quite a racy colour. This whole thing, and again, this was down to Spring at Anycubic. She's provided me with the filament for this. She sent me 7 spools of filament. The reason for that is because this was printed over a 24-hour period, including the Cobra Go, which is their newest Cobra to the market. It's got 2 pluses here as well. I've got the Max, and I've got one of the Vipers. The other one doesn't work anymore, and also their new printer as well, which is whirring away to my left-hand side at the moment. I can't show you until the 21st because they decided at the last moment that they were going to change things. So that's how that went down, my friends. So what should we do next? Should we move this to one side? As you can see here, the cables are just sort of stuck out here. What we will do is the ESCs, we will poke the cables through the side here, just add them up to it, and there you go. My favorite video was him pulling the bin. Oh, okay. Yeah. That was good. That was good. Personally, I liked the video where I put the bucket on his head, but, you know, all good. It's all good. Just got to check my messages. Do bear with me for a moment, chaps. It would be amazing if someone brought me a coffee. Right. Oh no, we've got to do it all again. Shocker. Absolute shocker. Okay. Well, let's try and speed through the process this time. You know what we got to do. We know, this is the ESC, by the way. This is a 60 amp ESC. It's got a little switch on it. Click, click. And the way I normally wire these, there's a few people saying, hey, what about if we had this switch and then we wired that into the head and all that kind of stuff? That is, I believe, fine. But I would rather it cut the power to everything. So I'm going to splice into these and I'm going to add them into the head and mess around with that a little bit later on. But you'll see that as and when it happens. So moving swiftly on, guess what? We've got another motor. Guess what? We've got another 2 cables. And I need a gearbox. There you go, Tripod. There's another gearbox there. Again, we're going to go through the same process again, but probably a little bit quicker this time. You need a David Joel. I do need a David Joel. I do. Bless him. He's a good guy. I like David. He's all right. Doesn't matter what everybody else says about him. I think he's all right. He's a good lad. So we were supposed to be doing something again together at Formnext. I don't know where that's going at the moment. So like all these things, you know, you have these grandiose plans. Sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. Jim, did you get the V400 from FL Sun yet? All right, I've got to get going for now. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks for the stream, Sam. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for turning out. I still want to know if you've got that V400 though. Let me know. Please let me know. Wonder what Jim's doing today. Love to know that. Love to know that. Oh, that's mucky in there. Right. So here we go. We've got another gearbox. We're going to do the same thing as we did last time. I'm going to cut 5mm off of this using the Dremel, not getting the shards in my face. They sent me the Super Racer. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? Reach out to, what are they called? Big Tree Tech or BQ, and see if you can get their new clipper board with the Pi and everything. It's a Manta board, I think they call it. I'm going to stick that in the Super Racer and see how we get on with that, and see if it is as good as the V400 or if not better with the modifications. The V400 is still going like an absolute champion, by the way. Really good printer. I think a lot of printer for the money. Is it perfect? No. Could it be perfect? Maybe. But yeah, cool. All right. Thanks, Jim, anyway. I'll see you soon. Let's get cutting this bit off now, shall we? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Here's a fact that I want to tell you about. I actually forgot I wasn't wearing glasses. Normally I do wear glasses. I'm wearing contacts today. It didn't go in my eye, but usually I'll only do that if I'm wearing glasses. So, oops. Okay, so it's a good fit anyway. There you go. Job done. Now we've got a bit of lube on there. I say lube. Let's call it grease. Just in case we've got a sensitive audience here. It is exciting. I have I have free bambus, but not free bamboos. Do you mean? You have not got free bamboos. You have not. Tell you what, it has annoyed me that I can't even reach out to those guys. It's one of those things. Do I deserve it? No, probably not. Should I deserve it? No, probably not. Probably not. If you did have free bamboos, I'd be very jealous. Super, super jealous. Sparks, it is very exciting. Okay, so we're going to go through the motions again, friends. We're going to basically batter the hell out of this and get it on. See if we can knock him on. Let's get it all lined up nicely there. Here he goes. Knock, 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 knock. Just like that. Thank you very much. Now, this isn't the kind of stuff I'd like to be doing at the East Coast Rep Festival. The one they sent me and the Kickstarter. Hang on a second. I have 2. Brian Vines have 2. 2! He got one. Then they sent him a second one. And he got the Kickstarter one. Oh, I see. The second one before I got my first. Fair enough. The one they sent me and the Kickstarter one paid for. Okay. Hey, you know what? I'm really glad that you guys backed that. He is overcompensating for something. Of course he is. Have you met this guy? Come on. I really have to go now. All right, mate. See you later on. Take care. Using the gear, you're quite right. Yes, you're quite right, Christian. Using the gearbox spacer, you will need 2 extra M3 10mm screws. Yes, you absolutely will. We haven't done that. We haven't done that mod. And this is the funny thing, isn't it, about when you're building something and when you're making something, someone else has an idea and goes, hey, let's put a spacer in. And you go, okay, sounds like a great idea. And then, oh, here we go. My bamboo finally showed up after FedEx lost it for 2 weeks. Maybe they were printing something with it. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so taking inspiration, this is what the community stuff is really, really good at. And of course, even things like, could I sit there and modify or CAD something up to for this to sit on? Yeah, but we won't. I won't. And that's why the community is so brilliant, because they will. So Spacers, Ivan Miranda. Now, I have been in communication with Ivan Miranda, and watch this space. You never know what might be round the corner, friends. Probably some massive tank track vehicles. So we shall soon see about that. Happy days. Here we go. Right, we're getting this little monkey off. So once again, guys, the gearboxes, this is a planetary gearbox, and these are actually pretty damn hard to come by. I ordered some non-branded specific ones, and I couldn't find them. They haven't shown up yet. They are apparently, AliExpress has messaged me saying they are in the country now. But until they turn up, I can't really give a good detailed view. They are cheaper than the Lisu ones, but it seems like there's only about 2 manufacturers in the entire world that actually make these planetary gearboxes. So I should never have told you how great my bamboo was the other day. I spent 2 days trying to get a jam out of the ASM. Oh dear. Yeah. The bit that I don't like about the bamboo is, first of all, it looks like a popcorn maker. Second of all, from what I've seen, it spits out a load of crud out the back, right? So you kind of need to have, and it's too small. It's too small. Too small. My money would be on the elusive Prusa if I could. And also a UK manufacturer who the name has just escaped me for a moment. I met them at the Sanjay Mortimer Memorial, and Construct 3D is the name. Really, really good son and mother combo. They've built this Core XY, and it's all good. It's all good. No, it's not an E3D. They use a Hemera on it, and super, super quick. And it's a beautiful machine as well. They've got like a bamboo side of it that goes on, and it looks like one of those something you'd have sort of as a centerpiece to your home. It is a wonderful machine. Super, super quick. Hello, Jano. How you doing? Now, you were at the Midwest Retro Festival, but I didn't get the chance to speak to you, which was a weird one. I do wish the bamboo was a little larger. I wanted to get a Pris XL, but didn't know when. Actually, yeah, I mean, that is part of the dilemma. And, there's a sort of irony to things. And I think Stephen Lightspeed said to Joseph Prusa, it's all okay, people putting pre-orders in, but you need to get the product out. And they've got their products out, and they've successfully delivered on a Kickstarter. So that doesn't always happen. So, people are going to buy if they've got the money in their pocket. They're not going to wait around. There we go. We're cooking with gas now, friends. This is a commodity gas because, as you know, we've got major issues with gas prices in the UK at the moment. So we are. This is actually now heating my home at the same time. Who can spot where the soldering is? There it is. A bit of solder for you, friends. Okay. So we've got red and black again. Yep, I know. I didn't have a chance to chat about. Yeah, man. That's. Are you going to Earth? Are you going to be there? Are you going to be shaking your thing? Now, I want to get. So Jim from Edutech told me that he doesn't drink, and I was like, he definitely drinks. And I definitely saw him with a Guinness. I would like to get drunk with that guy, like really, really, really drunk, and see what happens. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. But you know what I mean. Hopefully you know what I mean. Okay, so let's solder this sucker up. Let's get a bit of solder on the gun. Here we go. Yeah, gearbox building. What I was coming on to say is gearbox building and stuff like that is something I would not want to do at any of these kind of big events. And you know, I'm sort of glad we did what we did last time, because it was a good lesson to be learned, especially when you're setting up on the Friday. I really don't want to be spending hours, you know, playing around with DeathRacers and stuff. Oh, it's fallen off. If they're not done, they're not done. That's just the way it is. If you want to spend your time doing it, great. But Tripod's Toolbox, I think, will be locked. And I think also I'm going to ship my DeathRacers over this time. So hurry up, Polymaker, and send me that carbon fiber. And then, of course, I've got to build them, buggy. There we go. Right, let's get some more of this done. There we go. Get out of it. Did Joel Telling do a video on the Anycubic Go? Because I saw him on TikTok with one, but I didn't see him do a video, like a stream or anything. What am I printing with carbon fiber? I'm going to print the new DeathRacer design, which is called the Hammerhead, and it will be revealed at the East Coast Rip Rip Festival. It'll be on my table on Friday. The files will then come out on the Friday. And if you've got something super cool, like a super quick printer, then you can print one too, if you so wish to. Brian, tell me, are you going to be wearing your mask again this time? Okay, we're good. So we got a new design. Maybe I can show. Should I do a sneaky peek of it? Oh, see you later, Brian. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you going there. Let me see if I can find a picture of it, and then I can give you a quick snapshot of what it looks like. Let's have a look. Yes, I can. So the new DeathRacer design, I'm going to show it very quickly. You're not going to Earth? Oh, that sucks, dude. Okay, well, I will catch up with you soon anyway. So the new DeathRacer looks like this. Just like that. Just like that. That's all I'm going to show. Sorry to disappoint you. But yeah, new DeathRacer design is coming, and it's called the Hammerhead, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Right, awesome sauce. Whereabouts is that? Here we go. So let's see how this is going to be mounted this time. Don't want to mess another one up. Since Friday, it was 2 days ago. So what's this? What's this? Since Friday was 2 days ago. So send it now because you're late. What, the design? Such a tease. I know. I do apologise, guys. No, I do care. Of course I care. Of course I care. Of course I care. Right then. I think we're going to be going on this side, aren't we, this time? There we go. Right, let's do this again. We've still got some of that on there. That hasn't dried yet. Hey, Carl. How's it going? Yeah, I can't do anything with it yet. I haven't printed it out yet. I'm waiting for Polymaker to send me out this carbon fiber. There was going to be this experimental filament they were going to send me that's apparently indestructible. And indestructible. And then they couldn't send it to me because it wasn't finished. And now I'm printing in CF now. So, and we're going to do that on the Loz bot because it's a shame Jim's gone, but the Loz bot. Okay, interesting. Yep, I'm still going. Oh, coffee would be nice. Just saying. Just saying. Carl, are you building a DeathRacer yet? Okay. Oh, I've done this round the wrong way, haven't I? Who spotted the mistake there? No one shouted out about that. Sam, you haven't put the motor sleeve on yet. Oh, yeah. So I haven't. Never mind. It's all right. We'll get there in a minute. Okay. Let's try this time. Let's try coming around there, I think. And let's pop that sucker on. There we go. Okay, let's line this up just like that. And again, we're going to be using the screws from Trade Your Coffee for Plans. What do you think this is? Plans to the Death Star? Yeah, once I have the funds for it all, then I'll get 2 done. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, so LDO have got 1. Slice Engineering are building 1. E3D are definitely building 1. And I know the Voron guys maybe have 6. Nero 3D is obviously building 1. Tripod's got probably 2. Jason's got 2, maybe 3. We're just trying to stay awake. Shall I start dancing or something, or what? This takes time, dude. Come on. You know. I have an engineering resin sat here, ready to be used for some parts. Interesting. Is that the same resin that I've been sent as well? I had a random Chinese person. We're going to need a bigger strip of concrete. I think what we'll do is we'll break it down into teams. There is a team event. I'll tell you what that is. It's called Capture the Flag. 2 teams of 10 battle it out to capture the flag. And once that flag has been retained, if there are more than 2 teams, then the winner of that will then battle the other team, and then it all depends on how many races are left at the end. But basically, the grand prize will then be split amongst the people that are still in the game, and you can't cheat by avoiding everybody. You've got to be Molazon resin. I don't know that. I don't know if it was that. I was sent something the other day. Hey, we've got this engineering resin. Can we send it to you? And I went, sure. I don't do a lot of resin printing, but let's have a look at it. And depending on how good it is will depend on what I use it for. But I'm planning. Oh, okay. I'm not getting a coffee then. That sucks. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's, the thing is, right? Let me tell you something about that. Sometimes what happens is people say no to me, and then it ends up being a yes. And then there'll be a knock at the door, and then there'll be a coffee. So it's fine. It's fine. Then I get the whole, why don't you want to spend time with your family? Why are you always just streaming on YouTube? Well, the funny thing is that I'm not always streaming on YouTube. I do very little streaming on YouTube. Just busy making death races. That's all I do. And it's sad. It's a sad situation. So I've got a Coke here anyway. It's all good. Don't forget to use your £20 Costa voucher. Exactly. Thank you, Phil. Phil gave me a £20, I think it was £20 or £25 Costa voucher. But that would mean me going out in the car and getting it, of course. I think Starbucks do a Deliveroo. Maybe they could pass it through the window. I don't know. Maybe James Hoffman will pop by with... I don't know who James Hoffman is. Who's James Hoffman? So if you haven't already joined the DeathRacers Facebook group, please do so. Also, if you are heading to the East Coast Rep Festival, Polymaker are sponsoring all of the DeathRacers that are attending the event. So if you want to get free filament, head over to their Discord and select the hashtag DeathRacer and speak to Nick and say, I'm going to this event. Please, can I have some free filament? And they will send you some TPU, which is a value of around about $40, and 2 lots of filament of your choice. So James Hoffman is a big coffee YouTuber from the UK. Okay, I don't know who that is, but I will look him up. James Hoffman. James Hoffman. No idea. Not a clue. Okay, here we go. We're going back to this again now. We are heading in the right direction, friends. Bonk. You would have thought I would have known who James Hoffman is, wouldn't you? I don't. Sorry. James Hoffman. I find there's a load of big YouTubers that are big in America, but they are British. You've got one of our exports who I'm not a big fan of. What's his name? James does the late night show thing out there. Still need to. Reminds me. I still need to get my. TPU profile dialed in on my Super Racer. You do, Jano. What's your thoughts right now on the on clipperizing that with that Manta board that Big Tree Tech have just come out with? Because I'm about to do that, I think. Okay, let's add this in. Okay, there we go. Looks good, doesn't it? Pop him in, donk. And then we're going to whack some screws in. See, that's the way it should be, right? So I think what I've done there is I've printed 2 of the lefts instead of one left and one right. If you can see that there. Okay. So that's the way to do it. It should be nice and fluid on this side. We'll soon see, though. Okay, let's cut some stuff down. Get this sucker on the road. So I was talking to Teddy on a stream a couple of days ago, and he's done some work, I think, with the Super Racers. And the problem with the Super Racers, as far as I'm concerned, was that they didn't use particularly good parts when they were putting it together. So that clone BMG is a bit crap. Phil's going to find all this out soon. I did see the clipper pad for FL7 released. Yeah, not sure, to be honest. Okay. Yeah, I put clipper on it. I did a whole video on how to install clipper on the SR, and then Michael Lawson Teaching Tech released it about a day before I was due to release mine. And then I thought, there's no point. So I just scrapped the whole thing. And then since then, I've used the Pi for something else, and you know how it goes. You're working hard on one thing, and then it goes somewhere else, and you know, it's all good. It's all good. It's a bit like when Joel Telling likes the fact that I'm streaming at a certain time and then does a stream over the top of me. Not bitter at all. Although it was a lot of fun, though, and if you were on that stream, you would have seen that we did go on and troll him. He did get £5 British out of me. But I must admit, he didn't look overly amused. But, you know, that's the way it goes. In fact, we can have a look and see who else is streaming at the moment. And we've got 36 people watching. Hello. Hope you're well. Don't forget to like the video if you wouldn't mind, and maybe hit that subscribe button if you feel the need. I don't know if anyone else is streaming at the moment. Sky News, people are doing stuff with Windsor Castle, UFC. This is the stuff that I watch. UFC, stuff about Cobra Kai. See, there you go. Hang on a minute. Bear with me. Bear with me. And this, my friends, is why your partner or wife shouldn't come on in your live stream and suggest that she won't make you a coffee, because we all know what the answer is, really, don't we? Should we move on? Oh, that was the wrong button. Little big tree ticked up there. Right, we'll put the coffee up there for a minute. Here we are. So we are a little bit further along now, friends. Thankfully, hopefully Jason's still awake. We're going to have a little look. Yeah, I mean, as you see here, it's just missing out on that. So I'm happy with that. Yeah, she's done well. She's done well with me, isn't she? Putting up with something. God knows what. God knows what. Good job. Right then, let's get rid of some rubbish. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, friends. Move this on around. Whack this one in. So this has been a fun build. Overall, the Death Racers have been a lot of fun. And as I say, we managed to get, I managed to get everything printed in about 20 hours. And that was because we had 5 printers, of course. But, you know, it's a couple of days worth of work. And I think it's worth it. I think they're good fun. I think, you know, I've done it again, guys. Done it again. It is a proper coffee. Wonder if your man would be happy with that type of coffee. It's a I can't remember what they call it. Yeah, it's a proper frothy one, that one. She used to do the ones with the hearts in them, but that's long gone now. Long ago. So I have got an engineer's screwdriver, and that is great for taking these things out. But fortunately, my son has got into screwdrivers and stuff at the moment. He's really into nicking them and grabbing bits and pieces off the desk. And of course, then it goes somewhere else, and I don't know where it is. And then I find it like in his ball pit or something. So let's try and push this one down. There we go. Let's give this another go. There he goes. Cappuccino. This is a latte. This is a caramel latte. Glad Jim's not here to read that, because he already mocked me about the cocktails in America. Because he's a right man and he's a geezer. He's a proper geezer. Okay, so we've got some good fluid movements on this now. We're going to grease that gear up as well, so that do you recommend any particular tools when assembling this to make things easier? Yeah, definitely the drill or the screwdriver. The electric screwdriver, that is a definite. It will cut down your build time dramatically. In regards to tools, yeah, the engineering screwdriver, depending on what, engineers, it's a Japanese brand. I watched a stream with 3D Musketeer, and he had, hello, Mark. Hope you're well, mate. That's to sweeten up the mess you've made in, okay, right. Yeah, so the wife is doing some gardening today, which is fine. I'm out here doing this. What was I going to say? Oh, tools. Soldering iron, 100%. Definitely some Loctite. I'm using 242. Definitely some kind of electric drill, something along those lines. Solder. That's about it, really. Just have enough stuff around you that if you go like, oh, I'm going to change this, I'm going to change that, and you'll see this as we do the electronics. I've got a few things that aren't on the list, like these joiners. So I don't know if you've seen these before, but basically you pop a cable in, and then another cable comes out, and that just powers it. So I use these for the batteries. It's not overly the safest way of doing things, but it's the way that I'm doing it, and it just makes things a little bit easier, especially for like a stream like this. Dremel is another one, and some kind of good cutting style pair of snips. The engineer's pliers are the dogs. They're very good. Beautiful. No, it's beautiful. Imagine. So I'm just going to check to make sure that's all lined up. That looks good to me. God, I'm worried about the garden now. So again, if you've just joined us, we are building a DeathRacer on stream. It's very difficult to make this seem exciting because it's a lot of screwing in of screws and putting things together. There we go. Look at that. Pew, pew, pew. So in regards to the cables this time, I don't think I'm going to need to put anything around it, but I will do anyway, because safety first, children. Let's not mess about here. Let's pop this on. Okay, lots of screwing. Yeah, we had this kind of really awkward moment about 6mm rods yesterday with yeah, bugger, I've put these around the wrong way, with Edge of Tech. That did make me laugh. Okay, no, we're good, we're all good. I haven't made a mistake. It's absolutely fine, everybody. Right, so what we're going to do next is we're going to mark these off because we're going to do a little bit more cutting. We're going to get the old Dremel out. I'm going to cut this slightly shy here and here. And then we're going to get the old Dremel out and give it a little cut. Ready? Here we go. Safety first, everybody. If I can get in there. Smoking. Now, a bit just did fly off and hit me in the eye then. But I'm a man and I can take it. And a little bit went in my coffee. Safety squints. I don't care. What's the worst that can happen? Lose an eye. I'm British. The worst thing we've got is about our teeth, isn't it? Come on. Although, see this? I had all mine done. Yeah, safety squints are definitely required for this. That is the reason that you have eyelashes. The eye hospital. I'll be all right, mate. Don't worry about me. There's worse things that happen at sea, of course. So just remember that. Worst things that happen at sea. Standard. Right then, here we go. Look at that. It's looking a little bit more like a DeathRacer. God, Jesus, that's hot. Fucking hell. Right, that's all right. Yeah, just remember these are hot. So it's not my hands. It's not my eyes. It's my hands. So, Christ, that was hot. And we're on PLA here, and it's not melting it. Look at that. How good is this filament? This is when I turn. Have you guys ever seen that the YouTuber that like basically electrocutes himself and stuff live on stream? This is my version of that. So there you go. So we're having fun here at the moment. There we go. I suppose the worst thing that could happen is that I wouldn't be able to continue this DeathRacer build, as I have to then go to the hospital as I live stream the whole thing and telling the nurse, "Oh yeah, I've just." How did you do that, Mr. Prentice? Well, have you heard of 3D printing? Right. Well, this is what we're doing. We're building a DeathRacer, friends. So there you go, friends. Look at this. This has gone on pretty damn well, I would say. I'm quite happy with that. Looks good, even if I do so myself. So, let's have a look at the back here. So again, like I said before, you've got some cables here. You've got your positive and negatives, and then your ESCs, will then be plugged in. So, as you can see on here, you have a blue and a yellow cable here. You then have your positive and negative, which goes to your battery. Hey, Steve, how you doing? You have this cable here, which goes to your RC control, and you also have this switch to switch the thing on and off. When you switch it on and off, it'll make a noise. Could you show the nurse on the live stream video? I would be very happy to. Yes, I'd be very happy to. Steve, hope you're well, mate. Hope your build's going well. Steve, I met at Murph. He's one of the Voron guys. So hopefully looking forward to seeing you guys coming out at the East Coast Rip Festival. I live stream my trip to the hospital. Okay, so ordinarily you'd be able to take this off, but I've glued it on. Silly me. Oh well, never mind. So what we're going to do instead is I'm going to attempt to get those little fingers that Mark Mucker Tadgel normally has, and see if we can just thread these through this hole. Now, the chap that made this modification to the shell actually made these holes, or I thought he did, a little bigger. But we're still struggling to get them out. So let's use one of these. Give it a little tug. There we go. 1, 2. Happy days. Okay, so all we're going to do for this one is you're going to need to go to one of the motors is going to have to spin one way, one of the motors is going to have to spin the other way. So the way that we do it on this particular motor is we will make this black to blue and red to yellow. It does not matter which way you go round. Mine's about finished. Have to assemble the driver and get the plunger done. Cool, man. That's cool. All right. It's bloody tight in there. I've got to tell you that for nothing. Going to Earth, but sadly won't have a racer. Sorry, Grafton. That's a shame, mate. Steve, the master of all things Trident. Trident, eh? Now, this is not behaving at all well. And the reason for that is on this plastic cover, there is a notch that needs to be pushed out. So this is just a circular, this is a very, very simple circular. God, that's tight. That's what she said. There we go. Let's try it again. Let's push him in. Connector on here anyway. So we're going to be pushing that connector on, hopefully. Man alive. I'll have to move that out altogether to get that exposed. Let's get a clip in there. Pull that out. There we go. That's better. There we go. We're on there. We are on there now. Small fingers and just have a slightly. They do. My son was here right now. He would be probably eating these things. So, you know, whatever. Of course, if I hadn't taken down the taken this back panel and glued this on last night, then I would have been able to do it inside the model, of course. Has it done it again on here? It has. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. So these have got. So these bullet connectors basically have been sort of pushed in, which is a bit annoying, to say the least, because obviously I don't want that to happen. I don't know if you can see this here, but it's sort of been pushed in. So I'm going to grab an Allen key, or as some of you Americans call them, a wrench. You got it, a wrench? Either way. He's not liking that very much at the moment. So let's do a bigger one in there. Let's get that in there. There we go. That one's finally in. I'm going to put a bit of electrical tape around that one because I've had to take the connector off. So I don't want that fouling on any other of the electronics, or of course the motor, or arcing on anything. I'm just going to give that little cover up there. Which is all good in the hood. Okay, so that's the first one done, as you can see here. Move that along a little bit. So we've got a bit of room in there. The battery's got to go in the back, of course. And then we're going to grab another one of these. And same again for the other side. Let's have a look at these ones. These ones look okay, actually, this time. One. I've got to be honest, that is still pretty tight for getting these bullet connectors in. They will go, but they're super, super tight in there. 1 and 2. So these have been made longer, but they are still, still quite a. Hello, Marcel. How are you? Haven't seen you in a long time on here. It's because you're now an actor, right? All right, chaps, we're nearly there. Oh, you bugger. That's it. Here we go. Look. Right, let's plug these ones in. So we went yellow to red. So this time we're going to go red to blue because we want them spinning alternative directions. Again, if you've got the controller, you might need to change these back around again. And what you might find as well that actually sometimes some of these motors seem to go faster in one direction than they do the other direction. So it might be worth just looking at that as well. I found before that one of the Death Racers went in reverse very, very quick and forward a little bit slower. So it would be worth just checking that and seeing to make sure that that's correct. And then what you can do is you can just swap the controls around on the dip switches. So change these around. So positive, negative, blah, blah, blah. And then hopefully on your controller, you'll be able to have purchased a controller that will allow that to happen. So there we go. Happy days. Right, we're done. Finished. Not. Plenty more to be getting on with. Sam might want to pick up the pace. Steve goes live in 45 minutes. Sorry, Steve. Working at a crow. Right, okay, cool. Okay. I liked it when you were an actor. That was my favourite. That's my favourite thing to tell people. Marcel, yeah, he's an actor. Why a 10-to-1 motor? Why a 10-to-1 motor? What are we talking about? These motors are 540 11T motors actually. Here's the manual. And these ones turn at the rate of 19,800 RPM plus 10%. And then they're geared on using these Lisu gearboxes down to a 5-to-1. So not sure where the motor information is coming from there, but yeah, anyway. So that is that. I'm just going to move some stuff around, so I've got a little bit of room in here now, because it is reasonably tight. Oh, okay, cool. You can use the programming card to change the reverse to 100%. Okay, right, fair enough. The PDF that you're reading then, Ed, will be for the standard, not the pro versions. So the pro version is with the Trackstar motors or with the Surpass motors, which are 4 times quicker. So, as I say, there are 2 different types here. The other thing I'm going to do now, and I'm going to cut these off. These go to the ESCs. It might be a bit sacrilegious for some people on here, but this is what I'm doing. And I'll explain why in a little bit. This is 2 singles, Tim. It was a 5. The 5th motor was a 5. Yeah, okay. I don't know if I'm fully understanding what you're trying to tell me, guys, but these ones are a 5-to-1 ratio. What motors did you use for this build? Oh, okay, yeah. So we've gone through several changes with these. These are the 540 brush motors with a gearbox extension on them. So they are slightly different to the Brew to You ones. Yeah, they do, Richard. They do. I'm going to be because of the way that these are going to be kind of wired up. I'm basically going to run it into one connector, which will then be activated via the switch. It's kind of not the best way to do it, but it's the best way to do it on stream when you don't have all the elements that you need. And instead, I'm going to use these little connectors here. I tend to use these quite a lot for robotics and stuff. Let's see if we can fit it all in here. You could always use like chock block or block connectors or whatever as well. They work equally as well. Occasionally, when they are long enough to fit in, of course. Come on, you bugger. Yeah, this is the Pro version, Marcel, which is the super duper quick one. Four times quicker than the Brew to You version that was done way back when. Okay, that's all good. Yeah, I mean, there's an interesting version. Yeah, you're right, actually, Mark. If you look here, you know, we were talking about this earlier about what the distances are like. If you notice here, there is quite a bit of distance here than it is here. So certainly one of these are wrong, and I think it's going to be this one. Interesting. How has that happened? So what this should have been on the inside. So this should have been reversed around, and this should have been reversed around. So I may have to change that. But we'll see how that goes. That's a bit of a bugger, isn't it? Especially now I've got to this point. All right. Yeah, both your drivers are on the right hand side. Yeah, it does look lopsided. You're right. Yeah, as you can see there, you can see one is wrong. If you look on this is what I said earlier. If you look on the other DeathRacer here, you can see that that's absolutely right. So there's no spacing there. There's no spacing issue. So I might have to just modify that in a minute. But let's get this bit done first, and then we can then step back if we should need to. The part of the motor mount is supposed to be facing on the outside. Okay, so there we go. That's where we have got this up to so far. So in order to fix this, I need to basically swap these around and swap this drive gear around as well. There's a little bit of work there, unfortunately, but I'm going to have to do it. So let's give that a little freedom wave there. But the good news is, of course, we do have the electric screwdriver, so it shouldn't take a particularly long time to install these, thankfully. Okay, and we'll just unplug that, and we'll just unplug that. In fact, I could probably get those plastic parts back on here while I'm doing that, so that's good. So not all is lost. So do that bit of tape. There we go. Right, where are they? Here they are. Come on, you bugger. Yeah, these plastic things are a pain in the butt. Sod it, I'll leave it off. Right, let's get this modified and move back around again. So what we're saying then is we're going to swap these around so we've got that part pushed in. There's obviously a incorrect element. Oh no! You know what's just happened, right? Yep, they've just burnt off. It's easily done, Richard. That's part of that. Just a quick fix. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get these screws out now, though. Because they... Oh, no. Okay. We might have a bit of luck on our side here, guys. They literally just burnt out as I whacked that screwdriver on there. And what we'll do then is we'll grab this. See if we can get it under. No, not quite yet. Okay. Well, that sucks. So I might need to find that engineering screwdriver after all. I keep saying screwdriver. I definitely don't mean screwdriver. See if we can get the... Just flip the whole thing, put the purple on the inside. Yeah, the issue is not that, though, is it? It's actually getting these screws out now. So... I don't know if that's going to happen, to be honest. Well, I'm glad this is happening live on stream. I mean, what else could possibly go wrong, right? Joy of joys. Right then, let's move this out. Here we go. Let's whiz him out. Love to say I've done this before, but I try not to mess these things up first time around. It's like... No pressure, Sam. Don't worry. Don't worry, Sam. No pressure. Problem with drilling these things out is that you're going to affect the plastic. So I'd rather take them out and the thread be good. Although ain't looking so good so far, got to be honest. It's coming out. It's coming out slowly. 4 hours later. Okay. Just hope that the thread doesn't snap. Okay, drill the heads off. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'm gonna give it this go though. See how we go. Do I mean vice grips? I do. I do mean vice grips. No problem. I'll just edit that part out. Yeah, I know. Never mind. These things happen. I'll leave it in. Trials and tribulations, friends. I'll put a note in there, though, saying just ignore that whole bit at the beginning. It's like listening to a song over and over again. There we go. There's one off. Let's see if we can get the second one out. Oh, he's tight in there. He is tight in there. Let's see if we've got another screwdriver. Here we go. That's a flathead. That's what I was saying earlier about my son coming in here and stealing things. He does have this habit of picking up all the screwdrivers and taking them off, unfortunately. So let's have a look at what else we've got here. Yeah, we may have to drill that head off. Problem, of course, is being the material is PLA, it's going to heat it up too much. And I do not have a spare. So I might have to print a spare, which would kind of suck for this stream, wouldn't it? Yeah, man, it's annoying. It is annoying. I'm going to try and find another screwdriver. Bear with me just for a moment. Well then, I had to wrestle him, but we got it, but I don't think it's going to work. No, it's not going to work, I'm afraid. That is a pain in the butt. That's a pain in the butt. So the way forward, I think, for this is going to be probably going to have to break this off or get something underneath there. Or, we do have a Dremel, so... Dremel and a flat-headed screwdriver might be the rescue remedy here for that. But we are obviously going to have a score in here, so let's give that a go. See what we get this time. Here we go. Yeah, it's broken the head off now. Never mind. So let's try and do what who said it about this. Sounds like a dentist. Yeah, man, tell me about it. Right, that's out. Let's give it another little cross then with this and see if we can break that screw down. So yeah, so the M3 screws, they are not brilliant, and they do easily burr. And that's what's happened here, obviously. Of course, I could be saying if I'd done this round the right way first time, it would have been okay, right? Anyway. Another little one in here. Hey, Jerry. I don't know if I said hello. Hello there, dear boy. So we're just having some problems with this bugger. Let's see if we can now oof him up. Good job. Good job. Good suggestion there. Good suggestion there, dear boy. So let's now try and just whip it out. There we go. Right. Yeah, that's broken off as well, friends. Oh, what a shame. Blue Peter special. Exactly right. So, vice grips to the rescue, maybe. I don't think this is going to work, guys. I think this is going to be a bust for that. So, what we're going to do instead, we're going to take this off. I've got a cunning idea. Take him out. Right then. So that's match up to what we've got on the other side here. We know we're going to go this way around this time. Happy days. We know we're going to be going in that side, but we're going to just take this one off real quick before we do that. Hopefully you can see. Hang on a second. What's this? Did you not pick? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I did not. I did do another couple of colors on different things, but not for the gears, because it just wasn't kind of worth it. But I've got another backup plan here. If we can actually get this out. And now we've got a turning screw, which is great. Shouldn't be using this video as to advertise how easy this is to build, right? Here we go. Here he comes. Here he comes, slowly but surely. Okay, let's give him a turn. Right then, let's move this one out. So it'll come out this way. We're going to turn him round now. So we have to go be pushed in this way, right? So that's fine. In he goes. Go on. Okay, so we're happy now, right? Although that's just touching there. Let's just move him in. I think are we happy that way around? Yeah, that's right. Okay. So the cunning plan is using a partner glue of mine, which is seen here in the background here, which is 3D Gloop. And as you know, they have saved the day on more than one occasion, dependent on what streams you've been seeing as of late. And we're going to use a little bit of gloop on that side. And I'll tell you what, I used 3D Gloop recently on that octopus print that I did, and it sticks really well, like really well. Okay, that's all good on that side. Happy days. He's good there. Incidentally, this is what we're going to call the show racer. So it isn't actually going to do too much death racing because it is for any cubic and for their show at Form Next, if we're able to get things agreed and sorted out in time. So it'll be whizzing round, but it won't be at Earth. As a good example of where it will and won't be. That's good. Okay, so what we're going to do here, let's whack that one back on with the screws. I'll start this off now with because we've had those issues. I mean, to be honest, the screws that we've used here are, very light steel screws. So if you don't get the pressure on, They burr very easily. That's one in. That's two in. And now I'm covered in iron filings as well, which is kind of annoying. Right, here it is. Here that is. Bit of damage, bit of battle damage on that side, which you won't see because the plates are going to go over the tops of these anyway. And this stuff is just insane. And we're going to be using, obviously it's PLA, so we're going to put some on here. And then we're going to put some in here. Just like that. On the big track vehicle that I've been building for my son, which you may or may not have seen online, we actually used 3D gloop for that as well. Not because it needed it, but we put them in the joints just to make it a little bit stronger, so there's no kind of flexing or anything inside of that. So there we have it. That's in. Just going to close this down now, and that should be. I mean, this stuff welds, so it should be tip top. Should be tip top. Put a bit of pressure on that. So I'm going to undo that slightly because I don't want to be biased on that at all. Okay, there we go. Okay. The gloop to the rescue, friends. Just going to hold that down. It's gone from screwing to stripping. Hey, it's like a weekend away with you, dude. The mind is powerful. I can actually smell the gloop. I'll tell you what, 3D gloop smells divine, doesn't it? It smells awesome. Really smells awesome. Okay, so I'm just going to give that a little touch. It sticks within seconds as well. And that, my friends, is how we fix a DeathRacer. Okay, so let's get back onto this then. Now we're back on track again. Thank you if you're still out there. We've got people watching. 35. We've lost one or two because it got a bit boring, didn't it? Never mind. It's okay. You can watch it back. You can show your friends and family if you wish. It could be fun. You can tell them it could be fun. Okay, so before I put these on, I'm just going to make sure that I've got everything plugged in here. So what did we go with before? We went blue was positive, so we're going to go red to negative. And so that one's positive. He is in. And we're going to use a little bit of that tape, which has now disappeared. Here it is. Yeah, I'm doing some stuff with 3D Gloop. We met again. It's another one at Mirth, and I was really impressed with what those guys were doing and what they were up to. And I love the tug of war and all that kind of crazy stuff that they were doing. And I'm planning on doing a strength test with those guys and also Polymaker. So the idea is that I am. So this was the pitch, okay? So if you know me at all, you'll know that it's like always big and mental and powerful stuff that I love to do, right? So I was like, hey, why don't we do a bungee jump? And we use the 3D gloop as the safety element of the connection. We gloop two ruddy, great big bits of PLA harnessing together, and I do a bungee jump. Now, I've never done a bungee jump before. First and foremost, never done a bungee jump. Second of all, I sort of, words were kind of coming out of my mouth at that point, and I was just saying stuff. And then it was like, yeah, what if we got the UK's strongest man and he was pulling a train or a bus with this, you know? And then I ended up reaching out to a couple of places that do bungee jumping. And just so you're aware, guys, you can see the distance there now. That's obviously changed. So we are back on track where we should be. Thanks to everybody for pointing that mistake out. I'm glad that you're here. And, I was telling you I was having a bad day, right? Anyway, so back to what we were talking about 3D Globe. So I was saying, And they were like, yeah, let's do something. And so I reached out to a company that does bungee jumping, and I was explaining it to them, and they were like, okay, so that's your primary, and then you have like a secondary. So the secondary is where the harnesses are, if that does fail, then obviously you won't die, or hopefully not anyway. So that's what we're looking to try and do. So I'm trying to get that off the ground at the moment. Insurance is a bit of a dodgy thing at this moment, but the company that does this, they do stuff with Top Gear. They do, anything that you see on TV, certainly in the UK that's been filmed here. They do rocks falling on cars and all that kind of stuff. So we're looking to try and do some stuff with them. And I'm very much looking forward to being part of that, and that's up and coming. So watch this space. Reasons to subscribe, right? Maybe I'll kill myself. Who knows? Not in a bad way, not in a manic depressive way, but just as an accident, freak accident. Christ, we're nearly 3 hours into this. Sorry to Steve if I've complicated the stream here. Didn't mean to. Okay, so let's push some stuff down the front, because that's where we are going to have the power at the back, and obviously the radio control elements go to the front. And again, if I hadn't have glued everything up here, we probably would have been in a slightly better place with how the electronics are mounted. And I did see a really beautiful job that the guys have done with mounting these ESCs on the sides of these parts. They've made the internals a little bit bigger as well, so you can fit more in there. And of course, we've got a battery, which is here. This is a relatively large battery for this build, but that should just about fit in there once we've pulled all this other stuff forward. There we go, just like that. Happy days. I'm interested in 3D glue, tensile strength versus its shear strength. VHB tape has an excellent shear strength. Poor tensile. 3D glue has tensile strength. I've never seen a shear test. No, okay. I do not know. And again, that's something that I'd like to try and do some crazy stuff with them. And, they're going to be at the East Coast Rip Festival as well, which is just awesome. I'm just going to check my phone, just make sure everything's all good in the hood. And okay, that's good. That is good. Right then. What are we going to plug into this? What RC would you like to see? Do we do the Fly Sky, which I've not used before? I think we do the Fly Sky. I'll answer my own question. And I need to find now where I put the RC remote for that. And here they are. So this is the little Fly Sky remotes, if you can see that. There it is. We've been suggesting the Fly Sky stuff because we know that it works. We know what you can and can't do with it. And we know that generally channels 1 and 2 are going to be the ones that you want to be using. However, here we go. Channels 1, plug him in, and channels 2. Now, as you would have seen on the DeathRacer, you've got the arm movements that go backwards and forwards. Now you can basically tie that into, if you cut this white cable, which is your data cable, you can cut that and basically tie everything in. So if you powered it off of here, off of maybe channels 6 and 5, the other thing you could try and do is you could try and generate the turns from how can I put this? You can generate, so sometimes you can generate the turns from a different channel. So you basically copy the channel information. So let's say that channel 1 and channel 6 had the same, motion, and you can basically tie those together. Now you can certainly do that on the Spectrum, but I don't know if you can do it on the Fly Sky. So what I'll end up doing is we're obviously going to test it, but what we may end up finding is that we'll grab this and then I'll just tee that off if that doesn't work, but we'll give it a go and see what happens. So that is in a nutshell, kind of where we're up to right now. The other thing we need to do is wire in the battery. Now, there's wiring in the battery to test it, and then there's wiring in it for the kill switch. We're going to do that in 2 separate motions. Hopefully I can move this back a tiny bit. And we're going to need a little bit of cable, which I have below me. Okay, John wants the fly sky. Cool. Okay, mate. I mean, like I say, I've got a ton of different versions of controls. Ones that you can just use. You know, there's the vMix and stuff is already on this one here. So this one is like a $20 radio. And the VTail stuff you can basically switch here, and you don't have to go into the menus and mess around. It is very much up to the individual and what they want to use. I've got a single-handed remote as well, which I believe is here. So we've got this thing, which is, you know, kind of interesting. We figured we'd have a few. I've got a few of these things to build anyway, so all I'll do is I'll add that to the mix-up at a later date, probably in this next week. Right, so we need some power cables. Now, I had some somewhere here. Here they are. Jolly good. And the power cables don't need to be that long. They just need to be snipped like that. I use 12, 24-volt power cables. Everybody has a slightly different method of how these will work, or what you can, how much power you can run through them. We are talking about a very, very small amount of voltage here. Very, very small. 7.2 volts in this case. On the other alternative versions, though, they run at 14.8 volts. So you actually get 4 times the speed for kind of less money, which is kind of weird, or for less voltage anyway. I've just given myself a Steam idea. Oh, yeah. Go for it. This is a great ad for 3D glue. I'm just looking through this. I went to use 3D glue yesterday on a part that cracked. Opened the jar to find out it was fully set inside. That sucks. Hate that. When they sent it to me, it was like in a crystallized state, one of them. I think he was telling me that they sent some stuff. They sent him like a huge tub to Ivan Miranda for something that he was building. I'd love to see what happened to that. But yeah, it does go off quite quickly, so you've got to be super careful and mindful about that. So there we go. So what I'm doing here is it's just off camera slightly there. To apologise. I'm just wiring this in, and eventually what will happen is this will split off, because the switch that goes inside the head, which is here, and the way this activates is that is off, that is on. So you could use those little micro switches that are attached to the ESCs and basically add those to that. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm going to do it the way that I've always done it, which is via one of these cables goes up to this, the other cable comes out, and then it goes back to the battery. So on and off, we've got to work out what's on and what's off on this as well. And we'll get to that hopefully in the next few moments. Fingers crossed. So there we have it. Now, if I'd printed out that awesome mod for this DeathRacer to sit on, I'd be in a really good place right now, because I can pop it on there and actually test out the transmitter and receiver. But as I haven't done that, I'm going to have to basically put it on a 3D printing box or something, so that we can add that at a later time. Bear with me. Let's move this back. So LiPo batteries are essentially quite dangerous. Do be very, very careful with them. How you charge them, any kind of damage to them, etc., etc. You must be very, very careful with this stuff. I'm just going to add these connectors. Pop. I'd be interested to know, is anybody else actually building one of these while I'm doing this? It could be quite interesting. Okay. Add those parts in there and there. Now, it did come with this, but I can't really use that, unfortunately. That's not going to work the way I would... I'd like it to. Let's just have a look at the connectors that I've got here. isn't going to work for anything here. So the only thing I can do here, unfortunately, is going to be cutting these. Now, ain't great doing that. I've got to be honest. It's not the best possible outcome here by cutting these cables because it does make it quite dangerous, in fact. So I might have to have a little think about that and how I'm going to join those up. I might make something up. We'll come on to that in a few minutes. So in here, I've got channels 1 and 2. Christian King, you are awesome. I'd love to know how you're getting on. So I've got some AA batteries here. Pretty sure no one needs any help with how to install AA batteries. I'll add them in anyway. Just like that. Now, I've never used a FlySky remote control before, so I don't know how they work or how anything works or how to even switch it on, but there we go, we switched it on. Happy days. Okay, so FlySky 01 is what it is. And then inside this, we should see, how do we get into the menu? So the binding buttons here, how do we get into the menu? Oh, really? What, the 5mm bushings? Oh, here we go. We're into the menu now. And down, functions, system setup, model select, model 1. Okay, cancel. Model copy, type select. Okay, we're going to go for airplane or glider. There's a ton of ways you can set these things up. RX setup, trainer mode, student mode, sticks mode. Okay. LCD brightness, factory reset, function setup. So this is where we can reverse then. So you can reverse the channels at that point, which is quite cool. Endpoints, that is where how far your sticks go. So you might need that when we're sorting that out. Okay, so this is going to help you out then, Christian, if you've had problems with this. We've got sub trims, we've got dual rates, we've got the mix. So the mix here is generally where we're going to need the information setting up, and unfortunately we've got quite a dodgy I don't know if we can see that on camera 1, if we can see that. Is that better? Okay, we can, yeah, okay, we can get the mixing done on that. So let's get the battery sorted out then. I'm going to have to cut this and it's not going to be pretty, unfortunately, unless I can get a spaded. I might actually have some spades here. Yeah, I do. Okay. So we're going to just set this up as like a test rig now. Okay. So I'm going to get this off the ground using, what have I got? A couple of these boxes that we got earlier. Let's pop that on top of here, just so it's not going to swizz around and whiz around on the table. We're not going to need that much cabling. So let's cut that. Let's turn that off because that's going to get annoying real quick. Yeah, so from what I understand, regarding the FlySky stuff, all we need to do is make sure that channel 1 is up 100% and channel 2 is down in the mix. Now, if you are building the original standard ones, all the mixing is actually done in the little RC controller. So you didn't need to do any of that last time. So we've kind of overcomplicated it. It's the same money, but 4 times the speed. It was one of those things where we couldn't really do a lot about it. You know, you can't help what happens with this stuff sometimes. Let's have a look at these spaded connectors though, see if we've got a couple of good ones in here that's going to work out. Here we go. Okay, so let's just check to see if this is going to fit. No, it's not. Brilliant. Okay, that one is possibly. That one will go in. Okay, so we're going to have to use the blues on this one, I think. Now you can do all sorts of stuff with these connectors. There's all sorts of different connectors you can get. I did quite a good job, I thought, on David from Pretty Printing Nerds. Sounded Texan then. Build. I used ferrule connectors, which we use now to upgrade a lot of these things. One click mixing for Fly Sky. Just set Elevon to on. Okay, well, we'll try that. We will try that. As I say, I've never used that radio before, so it's going to be a learning experience for us all. I'm just going to terminate this cable. Hope that isn't going to come off. No, that's all good. And this one. Just like that. And then, of course, then we will just add positive and negative to these little switches here. As I say, you don't have to do it like this. You could do it the proper way. This is kind of like a bit of a cowboy way of doing it, I suppose. But again, we're just doing this for test purposes right now. So hopefully it'll be of benefit to you seeing it done this way, perhaps. So we'll whack the positive in here first, just like that. And fingers crossed we don't see any blue smoke. Okay. We have... Are they both on? Yeah, they are both on. Okay, so we've got this flashing LED light now here. Let's just see if we've got any more information. Okay, so we're going to have a look at that Elevon thing in a second. We're going to bind it, first of all, by hitting this button. And we'll just see what we've got so far, shall we? I'm just going to make sure nothing is... Okay, so we've got one working there. How excited are you guys right now? Look at that. It's insane how quick that is. Look at that. Mental. Okay, so we're saying then, one-click mixing for Fly Sky, just set Elevon to on. Okay, so let's go into the menus. In fact, I'll try and do this so you can see. It's pretty good there, I think. We can probably zoom in on that. So let's hit OK. Let's hit up. How do we get into the menu? Press and hold down. Okay, right, OK. Right. I'm guessing it's RX setup. Maybe not. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go to setup. It's in the setup menu. Okay. Here's the mix. So Elevon to on, yeah? So, and do you set this to 100% then? So hang on a second. See if you can. Okay, so inside the Fly Sky remote, okay, you've then got this Elevon setting. You can see that. Do I set channel 1 to 100 and channel 2 to minus 100? No, 50 is good. Okay, cool. All right, we'll set this to on then. And we'll go up for that. Here we go. Okay, so it says channel 1 and 2, 2 to 1, press OK. All the defaults are correct. Okay, cool. Okay, we're on. That's it. And then cancel. Just check that it's in there. Okay, on. Press OK. Okay. How do you get it to save? There you go, look. It was worth watching this stream. Channel 2 is 100%. You sure? Okay, channel 2, 100%, yeah? Mine's defaulted to that, okay. 8290. And how do we save this then? Do I press OK and hold it? No, it's gone back to 50 now. Hold cancel for 3 seconds. Okay, thank you. Glad you're here, honestly. Okay, so it should look like this. Whee, if you can see it. Yep. And then we're going to hit. Channel 1 is 50. Channel 2 is 100. Cancel for so many seconds. Just go back in, check it. Yeah, that saved it. Okay, so that should be good to go, right? So if we go forwards, we're going backwards. If we're going backwards, we're... Whoa, okay. So this is what I was saying. So forwards. think backwards is faster. That is insane, though. Okay, so what I might do is change channels 1 and 2 around, and that should give me the reverse, I believe. Let's plug that back in. 1. And bugger. Okay, I didn't take the binding plug out. Never mind. We'll do it again. Bind it up again. We're good. Right, take the binding plug out now this time. Okay, so this time now we should have forwards. No, you're gonna have to reverse it in the model, I think. Channel 1, yeah, okay. Just making sure we've got everything here. Okay, so I did some testing with flipping the motor wires until I got them both correct. So I could do that, which is what I sort of said before. But let's go into function settings. Let's go to reverse. Let's reverse channels 1 and channels 2. If we can. There we go. 1, 2. Press no cancel. Just like that. Cancel, cancel. Okay, and forwards. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. I will say though, see how I'm going to jump on over to Steve's. Cool. All right, dude. No worries. NH3D Canada. Thanks for joining us today, dude. I'll hopefully catch up with you soon. Yeah. So the weird thing about that is the mixing doesn't seem to be as powerful because usually when you go, oh no, okay, it's doing it. Okay. See that, right? That they should turn at the same time, and it is doing it there. Okay. I'll play around with it, and I'll probably just do a video dedicated to how the Fly Sky sets up. Ooh, that was weird. How it sets up everything. So that's what we've got now. We have got forwards. We have got backwards, and you can see here there's a little bit of a deviation in that wheel from what I could see there. But of course, what we want to try and do first and foremost is probably see this on the floor and actually working, right? Because I know I do. So let's pop the battery in here. Let's just do this, you know, monkey this around a little bit. Let's whack some tracks on it and see what that looks like, shall we? So here are the tracks. It seems really weird, but I can hear myself. I don't know where I can hear myself from. It seems like it's coming from over there. Strange. Hello, is that you, God? Are you there? Can you hear me, God? Right, let's whack these suckers on. And again, I would definitely look to print that DeathRacer holder as well, whatever version you're looking to do. Man, that is tight in there. That's annoying. I want to switch that off. So these tracks are super tight. Oh my word. They were printed, I think, only with a 5% infill, but they were also printed with. I want to go on the inside of this. Let's go on the outside instead, because otherwise I'll never get it on. Yeah, so the TPU was printed, I think, 5%, triangles on the internals, and I think there were 5 lines of walls as well. But I don't care who you are. I think you're going to struggle in one way, shape, or form with building these. It might not just be one thing. You know, as we've just said, as we just spoke about, it could just be, oh, I haven't got that part, or I didn't get that part, or that part hasn't arrived. I don't know. I've got a little model. I spent a ton of money on these parts for something called Lola from Star Wars. And it's this little thing that kind of moves around and stuff. I spent about £100 on parts for it, and I haven't even built it yet. I haven't touched it. I haven't printed it. And I was going to do that at the Droid Builder weekend. And it was so busy, we just didn't get anything done. So I've got all these parts. Anyway, what I'm coming on to is I didn't realise, because I didn't build it, I didn't realise that I didn't have all the parts until some other rogue parts just started turning up in the post. And I was like, okay, that's what I ordered. Can hear a dog barking now. What's this say? No, it's R2. What's this? No, it's R2. Is it? I might not be seeing all the chat, guys, just so you know. I had this the other day. There was a Facebook thing, and apart from your fan club weekend mucker, I think food has just arrived. That's what that banging will be. Right, here we go. Let's knock this in. Okay, so this is pretty damn tight. At the R2 Builders Weekend, I had a 3D printed drive system toolbox, which I fell off the back of. So that was fun. And the good news was, for me, nobody had their camera out at that time. So nobody got it on video. Not a sausage. So that's kind of good. So here we go. So this is it. This is where the party begins, friends. We're going to turn this on again. And... whoa, my God. Just check where the throttle's at, guys, here. Look. I'm getting some serious wind, pardon me, off these tracks here like that. Look. I mean, that is insane. Right, let's put it on the floor and give it a go. Hopefully you guys, I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but I'm going to enjoy myself here for a second. You can't see it, but let's go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on a minute. Yeah, so the mixing, I'm not that happy with. There's something not quite right there with that mixing, and I think it might be that 70% thing. Because what I'm finding is, like, if I turn it a little bit, it's only running one motor until I give it a bit more beans. Like, I want both of those moving. They should be. There you go. Now it starts giving it. Bit odd. That's working, but it's almost like you need that slow. I mean, that is just obscene. Obscene. Let's turn it off. Let's disconnect the old power for a minute. I've got no choice. I've just pulled the caps out. Yeah, he did break that off, didn't he? Sub trim. Yeah, it could be. Again, I'll have a play around with that later. I want to kind of get bits done on here, really, if we can. I'm going to whack these cables out the back for the minute and just leave it like that. Now, the next parts we're going to be working on are nothing to do with this one in particular. So we know now that the DeathRacer works, that it's on, it's right, it's correct, and it's only taken 3 hours to build. The next thing we're going to be working on is the front end elements. Now, the front end, I'm not going to be able to finish this whole front end part because I wanted to print these eyes or the lights in a clear PLA, which I haven't done yet because I've been busy waffling, talking about other stuff. So I will actually, I might slice it while I still can. This is interesting. I can show you this. I think I can show you this. This is a bunch of printed parts that I have been popping on the build plate just behind me on a printer that I'm not allowed to show you, but I can show you this build plate. If you're into 3D printing and if you know the brand Anycubic, check out this plate. Yeah, a steel flexi plate, PEI sheet, not pie, PEI sheet in black. Sweet, isn't it? Very sweet. So the eyes I still need to add to this print, and I'm pretty sure I can just do those while I'm doing this next bit. So I'm going to set that up very quickly. Let's go into menu and prepare. PLA. Right, whereabouts is that? There it is. So that's mad. It's mad speed. It is like, we thought the 1,000 RPM was pretty good. And you get 4,000 RPM. I agree specifically with when it turns, it's very twitchy. I'd love to see the full mixing video on the Fly Sky. Just what I found searching. Yeah, I mean, there was something that Michael Badley was telling me about a couple of days ago about the 100% in here and 100% there. Now, the Spectrum radios that I've been using, they don't have that twitchiness to them at all. And that's fine. That's just the way it is. But it was, for me, I was just like, oh, it isn't quite where I need it to be. And I wouldn't be happy racing that in that kind of mode because it is too twitchy. So it's all about, a lot of this is going to be about having a decent amount of control over your racer. I'm just having a look through some instructions here to see if something else has been added and it hasn't been added to. Okay, that's fine. Bear with me, guys. Drives, modded parts, picks, rider, step files, pro drives. Modded 2-part frame. Yeah, it did. Thank you for that. Yeah, thank you for that. That was I think that's what I did on my Spectrum radio, but that is spot on. Spot on. Front frame. Here we go. So I'm just going to print out the left and right eyes or headlights, as they're known on here. They look like eyes, though, don't they? Let's be fair. Looks like a fish. Looks like a sad old fish. There we go. Right, let's print that. What percentage have we got on the infill there? How long is it going to take? 15% on a grid. And it's going to take 1 hour. So I really want to show you this new printer. Oh, my God, it's amazing. It is a cool printer. Just a shame we got sidetracked there by the Anycubic mob. I really would love to show you this. I built it yesterday. I needed to add to the stream because I needed 6 machines to get this done in the right timescales, right? And then I got a call. And they were like, hey, Sam, we want you to delay. And I was like, we're going live in 2 hours, right? And you're on that stream? Yeah, we want to delay. What can I say? Right, bear with me, guys. I'm just going to do the filament change. That's how easy that was. Filament change. Done. Oh, tell you what. Just insane. Just amazing. And by the way, the filament's loaded now. That's all done. That was 2 seconds. Right then, here we go. Let's whack this in. And print from SD card. Where is it? Back. Done. It's done. Right, we'll wait for that one to come out now then. So there's a couple of things we need to put in here in regards to kind of things like electronics, etc., etc. We do have this plunger part that's at the back here. There is a bit that I wasn't that happy with when it printed it. This is kind of a bit crap, this one. What's this say? This will be your son in 20 years, YouTube with Jetson. Yeah, he's loving it, man. Tell you what, that boy... loving it, literally loving it. Living his best life, that kid is. So I'm going to add this into here. Like I say, I wasn't that happy with some of these purple prints. Unfortunately, it was down to the tuning of the printer, not necessarily the filament and stuff. But the tuning of the printer meant that it's slightly out, which sucks. But it's okay. We'll get there. Let's see. This is part of... So if you print everything on one printer, you'll find probably that everything will fit. But when you don't, it's a millimetre or so out. But, my friends, at least it's tight in there. That's what we like. So the other thing you guys are going to go, what about this? Well, that's primarily due to the fact that we're using these 25. Just tried assembling the motor frames to your original mainframe. And yeah, the two main pieces modify mainframe. Sorry, hang on, Richard. Hang on, let me read this out. Just tried assembling the motor frames to the original mainframe. And yeah, two-piece mainframe mods is printing out. Right, okay. Got it. So this is the... Now, I know we're going to have problems with this. We can second guess this already. This is the 25 kilo motor for the plunger. Okay, it's a servo for the plunger. Now, what I've seen a lot of people doing is kind of trying to do some modifications and stuff with the pot or with the resistor that's inside of here. Great. But these should come standard as 180-degree motors, and I'm a bit annoyed that they're not coming out as 180 motors, and we're having to kind of muck about and put resistors and stuff in there. That is, in my opinion, not on. But it's an easy push now with these particular parts, so we're just going to whack this in. What will be with this. I'm not going to be spending a great deal of time crying that the fact that this isn't going to do the full swing right now, but there is a video up already on the Facebook site that goes along to show how to modify this if you should wish to do so. This does come with a couple of little screws, and generally all I do is I put it at the top and I put one at the bottom, and it kind of tends to hold it in place pretty damn well. So one in there and one in here. There you go. And then eventually what will happen is we will then put this doobry on here like that, and then that'll go in. Now there might be some sort of messing around to do with this. There are two different types of plungers. There's one that basically sits at the back and goes left and right, and then this one swings from left to right. It's up to you what you want to put in. I don't mind. It's not my DeathRacer. And all we're going to do here is very, very simple. And actually, I've got this around the wrong way. So let's pop that around the right way. And that means I've got this around the wrong way. Oh, I'm having a good day today. I mean, we could have it that way, I suppose. What's the is there a benefit in that? Is there a benefit of this sitting forward? Or, hang on, we're going to work it out. If this went here, does that mean that the head's going to... Where's the thing for it? Hang on. Right, here we go. If I have this here, I don't see any issue with that, I don't think. I think I'm going to leave that there. Because the other way of doing it is obviously moving it back fractionally. I don't know if there's a benefit or a limitation for that. Either way, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's whack this thing on. Well done if you've made it this far. We have dropped people significantly, though, I will say. Time is it? 6:30 now. Oof. That was good. It's not even long enough. Okay, so that's where the limitation is then, is the fact that you can't get that in with the with that mount put around that way. Okay, there we go. Now we know why we do that. Stay curious, people. Just stay curious. Okay, so the new Anycubic Cobra printer is now way on its way now to printing those little headlights. We're going to just whack this around the other way quickly. Fits better. It's more appropriate that way. Here we go. There's another screw here. We use that one as well. Keep it in. Keep it locked in, friends. Okay, so this is the servo throw for the rear part of the robot. And then we're going to whack this on top. Just like that. This will probably be too long now. It's too long by a few mil. And you can get a good feeling of that. So let's just lop off a little bit there. He's on. Same again with this one. He's on. Now underneath here you do have three little screw points as well, just to fix the main body to that little element, the little boom element. I would suggest that you do put in all three on this one, because ultimately this is going to be taking the brunt of some of the smashing. There we go. Love it when these bits of metal fly around everywhere. It's a beautiful thing. Where's the old phone gone? Oh, while we're here, I've got this sent this package this week, and I think I know what it is. It's to Lord Samuel Prentice III, and did you send me this, Carl? Was this you? Oh no, it's not. Okay, this isn't what I thought it was. Okay, fair enough. So these are what are these even called? These are called Astro Pixels. These are for the new R2D2 that I'm going to be building. And okay, thanks, Carl. I thought this was from you, which is why I hadn't opened it, because I thought I was going to do this live. This is a new set of pixels from Darren. So he won't be watching because he'll probably be asleep or something. But yeah, that's so basically I'm building another R2D2. Go figure. Go figure. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Right then, let's get my ugly mug off this one. We'll send it Tuesday once country's back to normal. Yeah, no worries, dude. No problems. Sorry, I definitely thought that was from you, and I've been waiting on that package. I thought, it won't be Darren yet. Guess what? It was. So we're just going to whack this on here. Go on. Yes, it will. And then, of course, we will be installing the plunger at some point. Now, a few of you will probably complain that this doesn't go on properly and this doesn't happen and blah, blah, blah. There's more than one way to skin a cat, my friends. And installing these is very much down to a personal preference. So if you want to install it and drill a few more holes, well, you can do that. If you don't want to drill a few more holes, then there's another way of doing it where basically you go in from this side, but obviously you have to have it taken off in order to do it. So we will address that shortly. I'm just going to move this in so we can get this snapped in. There we go. And like I say, there is a hole that goes all the way through here, and that will allow you to make these fixture points as and when you see fit. I liked the fact that you're able to take this off, and if you put the screw in there, basically it's going to cause some issues, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter. All right, then. Let's put the seat on, shall we? So I've gone with a sort of purple seat. Look at that. And then the chair, which goes on just like that. Look at that. Amazing. And then where are all the screws gone? Here they are. And again, we just whip this upside down, and then we'll start screwing those suckers in. That screw's a bit long, Sam. Okay. Clip the print supports out of the hole. All right, okay. We're on the seat or on the yeah, sorry, on the seat or on the what else was I just assembling? Oh yeah, the plunger. The old plunger. Oh, do you mean the insides of here? These ones here? Yeah, but you don't. The thing is, if you do that, when you put the main body in, the spokes push down inside of this, right? So that's why we leave them in there. Am I wrong? Yeah. Where the robot slides in, yeah. So the two longer spokes come through these holes, and that's what just enables him to stay on. I never use the magnets on these things, so I just kind of. Yours never fit. Okay, well, we'll give it a go in a minute. Let's see what we get up to. If I snip those, like you say, though, I kind of think it holds them in place a bit better. I could be wrong. We're having some fun with this. Here we go. So these holes are needing to be opened up a little bit, I think. I wasn't overly happy with some of these purple prints. They just didn't quite come out as nicely as I had hoped they would have done. The green, not so bad. I did have a couple of small fails, a couple of slippages and things like that. But ultimately, the majority of the green was great. But the purple, I'm not so sure. Okay, that's gone in nicely. First drive files don't have the magnet part anymore from what I could tell. I've never installed the magnet. Never installed. I've built 5 of these now. Not that you'd know with the amount of time it's taken me to do this so far. It probably would have taken the best part of another 40 minutes to wire up the tracks as well. So that's why I did that off camera. Obviously, this is going to be a relatively long stream. The main body that holds the switch doesn't extend like in the CAD file. The main body that holds the switch doesn't extend like the CAD file view. Yeah, I mean, that might be... Is that from version 1 or version 2? I think that's version 1. Okay, so the other thing is we're going to be putting some servos onto this sucker. And I wasn't entirely sure if we can add this while we... Because I was going to stick this on, and then I thought, I'll wait. Let's do that first. That hasn't gone in quite as well as I thought it had. Okay, wait a bit more. V1. Nobody holds the switch. Doesn't extend to the CAD file on V1. Okay. I'll have to check that. I will have to check that. There were a few things that didn't quite go to plan, but that's just the way it is. So these little mini servos, these are metal geared versions. Okay, you can get the plastic gears ones. If you get the plastic ones, they are rubbish, my friends. I'm afraid. Sorry to tell you that now. If you've already bought the plastic ones, they're not great. If I'm being completely honest with you, and I believe we face these down. Do we? Yeah, I think we do. Yeah, the plastic versions are not great, and they will probably break. And it's probably cost you some money to get these in. That sort of sucks, but you know, that seems okay in there. Yeah, the metal ones are better, but you know, it's up to you which ones you buy. Come out. Here we go. As I said before, we can tie the data cables into the white cables, or we can try and add them to the mixing settings. But I don't know on this radio if we're going to be able to do that. So, you know, we'll see how things work out. The other thing to consider with that is that actually you could just put them on switches. So he could look quite good, or the driver could look quite good as it's going along. You know, you can. I don't know, you can hit the switch and make it do, you know, flip someone off or something if you wanted to, I suppose. The other thing is there's a ton of mods you can do to these things. So I think that's probably one of the things that I like the most out of this is that, yeah, you can install LED lights. Yeah, you can install smoke. Yes, you can install whatever the hell you want. We're trying to keep people away from fire and you know, anything that's going to give anyone a heart attack or whatever. But it is very cool. And as I say, some of the robots and stuff that I've seen being made, oh my god, guys, just incredible, absolutely incredible. I'm quite lucky on this. So the fact that they've actually given me extra screws. Normally they're very, very, you know, you can only get 2 screws. That's it. They've actually given a few more screws out for these, which is good to see. So I'm happy with that. What we can't do yet is actually add the arms onto these yet, because we don't know what position they're going to end up in when you plug these in for the first time. So the way that we mount these, are, it's very simple. Left and right. If it wants to go in, left and right. There you go. And of course, because we're printing out the LED lights for the front as well, we're going to have to kind of wait until that print is finished, and I'll just have to come up inside here and glue them into place, which won't be a major issue, I don't think. There we go. Right, so I'm going to put one screw in there because these other two here, they hook into this part. I'll explain that in a moment. Okay, let's pop him in. Don't know if Nero quite appreciates the amount of work that has to go into this. So his stream is going to be really, really long. If he's not made anything like this before, hopefully we'll be able to help him out along the way, of course. Here we go. Yep. And yeah, the other thing I haven't printed yet is the front faceplate, which goes over this kind of mouth area. It kind of makes me, I always think it looks a bit like a fish, like an angry fish or whatever. I haven't put that in yet either, because I wanted to do a specific Anycubic version of that to plug into that. Right, I need a couple of these bits here. Let's remind myself how these go. Down and down. There we are. 1 and 2. These little brackets to hold these on, they are quite delicate, to say the least. So if you've got a good, I don't know, if you're saving some filament for best, you know, and it's a really good, solid, strong filament, I would certainly suggest that that's used. That isn't going in that well. Let's try another screw. Here we go. I'm not talking carbon fiber or PEEK or anything, but, you know, like a PA6 or something would be good. The other thing you could try and do is obviously add some of our favorite PLA glue from 3D Gloop to it, and have yourself a real good time with that. And just add those elements to it. So the good news is we've got the model is working. The tracks are installed, the motors are installed. Just make sure you don't screw these on too tight, because they will probably, being PLA, they probably will crack. So just be a bit careful. Don't go too crazy. Don't over tighten them. You do need to put a bit of pressure on these though to get them in. Imagine if this was my job. This is what I did. This is like Father Christmas's like house or something. It's warehouse where I'm just making death racers for people. Ho, ho, ho. How many? I think it's 14 or 15 Fridays until Christmas. For me, that's just mad. Absolutely mad. Oh, this is another one of those screws that just does not want to go in. Well, you know what? Let's get the big guns out. He says, let's get the big guns out as nothing happens. Literally nothing happens. That's all good. It's gone. Okay, that might need a little bit of tightening up still there. Here we go. Let's see. So these little servos obviously control the hands, as I said. And I think I'm still going to probably put a little bit of 3D lac on here. This live show proves the different Anycubic machines when tuned. And yeah, I guess they do. I guess it does. No, they do though, and this is one of the funny things about like 3D printing and people's perception on things. I recently came under attack. Would you get good at it? Oh, Jason, you wait, mate. You just wait. Wait until we're there, out of Earth. Even you're there, wearing your. I reckon you're going to be wearing like a flowery top, or like one of those white shirts with a flamingo on it. Maybe a pink jacket and some slacks. That's what you guys like. It's gonna be a good time though. It's gonna be a really good time. Yeah, so I came under attack for reviewing a printer and then using it on a streaming network, which we all know and love. And I was just like, well, you know, I know it's only one person's opinion, but I was like, well, okay. He didn't get his printer. I've got a test printer. They're kind of annoyed about that. I can see how they're annoyed about it, but anyone can do this. And I mean, anyone can do this. If you put the effort in, you put the time in, you want to do reviews, you've got to build up your reputation. And, you know, once you get there, well, it's a lot of hard work, and it still continues to be hard work, and it's just ongoing. So some people just want to print. Some people want to do more than that. And, you know, I've got a good relationship with Anycubic. Back 2 years ago, you were working with Anycubic, you had to have at least 10,000 subs or more to even talk with them. So I haven't even got that yet. And as I say, I've got a good relationship with them. A lot of this stuff is about relationships and maintaining them, making sure you're doing the right things by the companies that want it. So happy days. Okay, so that's okay. Still, like these clips, I'm not a big fan of these clips. How dare you show off yours when I don't have mine yet? Exactly right. Exactly. It literally was that. I was like, oh, okay. It's printing really well, though. Don't you want to? No, I hate you. But can you please share your Cura settings with me? Oh, all right then. I'll get right on that, shall I? Mental. Okay, so that's cool. So we've got the arms and the other bits and pieces kind of ready and set up here. This is the only black part that I've got here that's going to go on just like that, he says, as it doesn't fit. Just like that. Get in! Just like. Just not like that. See if we can squidge him down a little bit. There we go. No, he's still not liking it, is he? Yeah, people are funny. People do get very energetic and over passionate about things that they needn't do, and yeah, it's kind of sad sometimes to see that. But you know, it's life, unfortunately. This is being a sausage. I'm not gonna lie, that is a tight fit in there. He is not liking that. This is just after Phil just said, "Oh, look at that." Hey, Printed Visions 3D. Hope you're well. Just saw your message there. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for watching. Come on then. We're going to have to hit this. Possibly. Okay, so as I say, this is a particularly tight part of this print. So, awkwardly, though, I haven't had this issue ever before. That's what she said. Right, let's try that. Hey Sam, can't wait to meet 3D Musketeer. Hope you're well, mate. I can't wait to meet you actually at Mirth. I think it's going to be a Earth rather. Sorry, I think we're going to have a good time. Super good time. I did have a spare one of these. Here it is. I wonder if that's going to fit. So if it doesn't fit, what are we going to do? Well, I'm going to have to undo some screws and make sure it sits back a little bit more. So let's do that now. Being a sausage. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if you guys are, if any of you guys watch UFC or if you're martial arts fans or anything like that. There's you'll probably all be familiar with Conor McGregor, of course. Paddy Pimblett, though, he's another UFC guy coming up in the ranks at the moment, and I think he uses that quite often, being a sausage, which I thought was kind of funny when I heard it the other day. Up and coming UFC fighter, very good guy. I bet money on him recently, and he won. So well done. I do like a winner. Right then, so we're going to pop this in. Okay. So there we have it. Now we've got the these parts of the DeathRacer are now solid. I still would like to glue some of this stuff on. I might 3D gloop some other bits later. We'll see how. Again, this is the interesting thing though about 3D printing, and what Phil was saying about tuning and stuff. Every 3D printer that's ever manufactured, if you think they're sitting there and they're tuning stuff, and it goes out as a blanket marlin release or whatever, and then people think, oh, it's over extruding, I have to change some settings. Well, the probability is actually you're probably under extruding and or even over extruding, or there are things the PID is not tuned, you're not getting the right temperatures, and you have to keep mucking about. So tune the bloody printer, learn how to do it. It's not difficult. It's really not difficult. I do that for all the ones I test and review because you have to. There's no two ways about it. Okay, so this is going well. Now then, this is the part that might be a little bit of a bugger. And the reason for that is this and these, you do need to slightly refine the holes that are here. And basically that goes in there, that goes in there, and then this then sits on top, of course. Now, the problem with that is, well, these don't fit. And I did make them slightly bigger, so you might need to get a file in there. I'm going to use the Dremel. Do a bit of tidying up on that now. Now, file is better at this, of course, because all we're doing here is basically just melting the plastic, which is going to cause some jagged edges. But I guess you could have that either way. If you get a little bit of sandpaper, just give it a little sand across there, and hopefully you'll be good to go. I'm just going to grab what we got, some snips. Let's grab some snips and just cut those back. Just make sure there's no parts here that are going to be catching too badly. There we are. Let's see if that works then. Still quite tight. Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is with this, and I think that's probably why what did I do with this one? I opened it up slightly in the print file because I thought it was going to kind of be a little bit better, but no, it didn't. Didn't work quite as nicely as it could have done. Again, you know, if you're using different printers, and this whole print went across 6 printers, so you're going to have certain tolerances that are going to be out if they're not, you know, up to tuning completely. And I like this to flow well, because if it gets stuck, then it's just going to burn out those servos. So, and that's what you don't want. Categorically do not want that to happen. So we're just going to open these up a little bit. Freddy Musketeers as well. I watched your a little while ago. I watched your stream with Sanjay, and I bought. He was talking about engineering pliers, and I've been mentioning that on my stream today, because I bought off the back of you guys having that conversation. I actually bought those pliers, and they're really good, really good. Still a little bit. And it's going to need a little bit of love here, I think, to make this work. The other thing I like to try and do with these things is I do grease these elements here, sort of in this little kind of shaft area, so to speak. I'm just going to take this back a bit more. Yeah, they really are amazing, and I don't like telling loads of people about them, because then everybody's in on the game, aren't they? But yeah, I watched that stream, and yeah, they really were good, really good. It seems like such a weird thing to be talking about, like obviously with Sanjay passing and stuff, but I don't know. It's sort of like there's something about it when I've got them, I'm like, oh, that stream, yeah, that's where I found it, that's where I talked about it. It's all good. I know where these came from. Okay, let's see if we can open this up a little bit more. We don't want too much slop in these at the same time, but right, we just need enough. And of course, you need these to be strong. I mean, there's a bit, it's not great. It's not, if I'm honest, like, that's a bit crap, but let's open them up a bit more. Yeah, I think we're gonna get these modified, these particular files. It's just opened up a lot more, because otherwise you're just going to get loads of problems with it, I think. So stand by for that. We're open those suckers up. Almost 1 year from his passing. One day I will be shaving my head on stream. Oh, that's cool, man. That's really cool. Yeah, I was lucky enough to be a lottery winner and win tickets to go to his the foundation celebration. And they're not that far away from me. And I was saying on stream earlier that I've never done any work with E3D. They're building a DeathRacer, but I've never done any work with them. And it seems weird that that's never happened. And, you know, I work a lot with Slice Engineering and, you know, those guys and a lot of major Chinese companies and stuff. But, yeah, not too much with those guys. Duet, I have. You know, it's just weird. It's just very strange. It's never, opportunities have never really opened up in that area. So it's kind of weird. Okay, so that's better. It's a bit crap, to be honest, but it's, you know, you can see it is better. It's not my best work. And to be fair, let's have a look. I don't like this at all. Why is this not even fitting? Are we back to front, upside down? Yes, we are. Here we go. Let's try it again. There we go. That might be a bit better. Yeah, look, there you go. That's better. I just asked to interview Sanjay and got lucky. Yeah, man, you were super lucky with that. Super lucky. And I had seen him like at events and stuff, but I never met him. And like, I don't know, you know, sometimes you get these chances in life where you could just go up to someone and go, hey, really nice to meet you. And the timing just wasn't right. And I was representing another company at the time at that event. And yeah, it just didn't happen, unfortunately. And I was there with Slice, and I was there with Dye's Design. We were out with those guys drinking and stuff, and it just, the opportunity didn't quite arise in that very moment, which was a real shame. That's life, unfortunately. Don't let those opportunities pass you by. So these snips have come in very handy. Look at that. There we go. You've got some good energy on those streams as well, dude. It's Grant, isn't it? Yeah, you've got some. I know it was. Yeah, I know it was. It's mad. Absolutely mad. Okay, so that is our arms pretty much there. I'm going to wax some, covered in crap, whack some grease just down that channel here. There we go. There we are. There we are. There's a little bit of sticking tiny bit down the bottom there. That's good. I think we're going to be okay there. Right then. Okay, so I can't do any more with that at the moment. I can't even put this plate on at this particular point in time because we still need to kind of get everything together. I tried, but I won't lie. There's only 6 or 8 people hanging out in the stream. It kind of blows. Feels like a ton of work for almost no one to share it with. How do you mean? I tried, but I won't lie. When there's only, oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just the way it goes. The thing is, I had watched some of your videos back, and some stuff you agree with, some stuff you don't, right? That's just the way it goes. It's life. But yeah, I did watch the Sanjay one, and I think I watched I think you did something on, don't you do something like the rants and stuff? I love those. That's I love all that. I love when people are passionate about stuff, and yeah, it's all good. So anyway, let's jump back into this for a second, back into the DeathRacer speak. So this is the DeathRacer. We've got it all up together now. We just need to work on some power options here. We know this is super quick, and we know that it's working relatively well. There's a little bit of tuning and stuff that needs to happen in the next few minutes. Now, obviously, the DeathRacer is going to look a little bit like this when it's finished. Here we go. There you go. There it is. There it is. There it is. Whoa, look at that. Yeah, I do love it, man. Honestly, you're there are people that fit into the community, and sometimes people don't quite appreciate that actually being passionate about something is worth so much to a lot of people. So keep doing it, dude. Keep going for it. Okay, so I'm going to put this channel. In fact, we need to understand what channels are where. DeathRacers, yeah, we're still here. Yeah, you do need to file them. It's annoying. Now then, let's have a look at this radio again. Okay, let's go into setup. Let's see if we can find endpoints. So if we're steering with this one, then where can we find auxiliary channels? Maybe. No, down. Oh, right, cancel. Sub trim. dual rate, throttle curve, mix, elevon, VTEL, switch assign, throttle hold, switch assigned. See, this is part of the issue. I don't know where to get these mixes from. Display. Okay, if we go into display, we know that channel 4 does your left and your right. Okay, so if you're putting the boom on, you're going to be putting this on this Fly Sky radio. You're going to be putting it onto channel 4. Okay, because that's where it's set to. So you might as well utilize what you've got rather than modifying it and changing it. Now, the other two servos, which, hang on, let's put this around the right way. The other two servos that we've got here, I don't know what I'm going to do with these just yet. Whether or not I'm going to be able to get the mix out of, let's say, channels 5 and 6, okay? So if I can get the channels 5 and 6 mix right and put those onto mixing with the throttle, awesome. If it doesn't work, then what I'll do is I'll take the two orange data cables on these and I will add them to the steering on the VMix. So the left and right, I will add those literally to that, but I will, what's they say? Did you take out the brake jumper? Now then, I don't know. No, I didn't take out the brake jumper, but I didn't have, interesting point actually there. Interesting point. Let's see where we get to. I'm not sure what I did with that actually, tripod, to be absolutely honest with you. That's not necessarily a bad thing. We can think about that, and we can talk about that in a bit. If you don't know already, tripod had major issues with forward and reverse and brake, and what we needed to do in the end is actually remove the brake element. Now, it seemed to work really well when we were doing these tests earlier, dude. So I don't see it really being a major issue. But this is what we've got up to so far. This is where we're at. Tripod's on his way home from work, so that's cool. And I'm hoping not to be streaming the entire night because we are starting to get towards the end here. So when we power this up, what we should now have is we should have some control over these two servos here, which are for the arm movements. So when the rider sits on there, that's what we're going to be doing with that. Then we should have the boom movement as well on channel 5, which goes left and right. And we will obviously see where that's going to get to. Obviously, I'm still printing out, and they're nearly finished. These are the little lights that go in here. I glue these inside of here, and I still need to CAD something up to put the Anycubic logo on this. This is it's not a sponsored Anycubic thing. It's just basically they sent me some filament, and I said, well, let's do something together. And I think this is going to go out and be at their booth at Formnext in Frankfurt. So that's what this is all about. That's why we're making these things work. So I've just seen Off Maker Lab. Hi Michael, how you doing, well, mate? So what happened a little while ago is when I was at Tripod's place, we had some issues with the his EXE remote, and what we needed to do, there's basically a jumper that needed to be moved, and we read the instructions and basically found out that it just needed to be moved. But it was kind of funny, but we were like, you know, that point where you're making something and you're just like, oh my god, if this doesn't go right in a minute, I'm just going to throw it in the bin. And I was just like, let's read the instructions, and it was like, oh, there you go, we fixed it. So that's what that is about, if you're wondering. So that's it. Happy days. Right, well, I'm going to pop these bits on. We're going to have to do another power up again because we want to get and find out exactly where why won't that go on? Find out exactly where these parts are tuned up to. We shouldn't need this now because we don't think we're going to be moving things around. I'm going to pop. That's really tight. Metal gears. Okay, there we go. Let's pop this one on as well. And then I'll show you how these next parts go together. So what we won't have is we won't have the front of this on and complete, but I'm obviously going to do the driver and stuff as well. So let's step to it, shall we? I'm just going to jam these cables in here and hope for the best because my little experimental part broke earlier. No, that's actually really crap. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put some spades back on them again, I think. Safety first, kids. I'm still getting some weird feedback on my voice as well. It's it sounds like, what even is that? I can hear it over there. It's like there's a ghost in here or something. Okay, let's give that a snip. There we go, 1. And 2. Glad I didn't do this late at night. I'd have been knackered. Okay, so I'm just going to close this up. And there. Nicely done. Let's put this one back in. So, of course, when we come on to actually activating the switch, we're going to use the positive of this and run it up to the main switch. Hopefully, the cable is long enough, but it will mean taking the top off again. So that's why I've not put anything together as of yet. So let's wind the old positive back in, and the negative, which is still a little bit grumpy. Here we go. Okay, so as I said, I'm not going to. There we go. Right, so if we look at the top here, where we've installed the boom, stream sound is fine. So it's local to you. Yeah, okay, cool. There you go. So we haven't got the full throw of 90 degrees here, so that sucks. But I'm not going to worry too much about that. But yeah, I mean, that is never, that's like 90 degrees, isn't it? That's not 180. I hate that. It's so annoying. Let's see if we can find out where those other switches are. They're not there. Where are they then? Here. Here we go. Okay, so we've got some motion and movement on that. That one's there. Where is the other one? I hope it's not. There we go. There we go. I hope it's not here. No, that's there. Okay, so we've got the switch here. Where can we assign that channel? There aren't that many on here. Okay, let's have a look in the settings again then. And dunk. That's going to set up. Let's have a look at the display again. So it's channel 5 and 6, wasn't it? So none of those are channel 5. That is channel 5. So do I have a dodgy... So channel 5 is up here. So do I have a dodgy connector then in that case? Don't do that. Almost burnt myself earlier. Now I've got all this crazy stuff going on. Right, channel 5 and channel 6. That one's there. That one's not. So what is going on with that then? Let's move him around to see if it's the servo. Okay, channel 5 and channel 6. Okay, so that moved. Channel 5, channel 6. There we go. I have to enable all the switches. They are off by default. Yeah, that's cool. What I want to try and do, Fatman66, I don't feel comfortable calling you that, to be honest, but okay. What I want to try and do is have channels 5 and 6 going on to mixing with channels 1 and 2. And what ideally I'd like to do on the Fly Sky is not to have to snip any cables, and basically just have it so that we can get that mix inside of that. Inside of those settings. So I'm going to look at that and see if we can do that. I don't know if we can, but as I say, safety first, guys. We should have probably had that little box on the bottom of this. So I'm going to move that over there. But I'll just show you again where we're up to with regards to the speeds and stuff. So that's cool. He's shaking all over, baby. Here we go. So let's give it a... Something just flew up at the monitor then. Oh, it's insane. It is insane. Love it. Exciting times are ahead, my friends. Exciting times are ahead. Okay, so we know where we're at now. We know we're at 5 and 6 over there. So is there a way now to do this dual mixing with 5 and 6? Now, we know where their settings are at the moment. So if I whip this one off, because we need to, where's my grips gone? See if we can whiz this one up. There we go. Okay. Down deep in the settings, you will find something called PMix. Okay. As you can see, that's the extremes of that. So the way this works, we will look at PMix in a minute, because I'm excited by that. PMix sounds awesome. We are now looking for these. Right. Just going to do a little bit of a cleanup on this print, because the gears need to be without any kind of crappy infill in there. What happens with this, guys, is this goes in just like that. And if we can make that work, hopefully we can. So that goes in like this. And then we should have, if it doesn't pop off, we should have some motion there. If it was on properly. We will have that kind of motion going backwards and forwards. So we're going to look at PMix in a minute, because that's what I've been told I've got to look for. Just going to get rid of some of that crud that's on there. Let's move this back to, that's fully up, that's fully down. So what are we going to need? Somewhere in the middle here, maybe. Cool. Right, we'll whack a screw through that then. One of these will do, I think. No, that's a bit too big. What might have happened then is I might have just chucked something out that I shouldn't have chucked out. Awkward. What have we got? Don't know if that's going to fit. Let's give it a go. That's a bit big, that one. Okay, this one here looks good. It's just mix on the fly sky, then you slave one channel to the other. That makes complete sense. See that working? So what we're saying then is basically when we go forward and backwards, we want that to then have that motion and movement, which hopefully we can get done. So that's, what is that, channel 5, I think? Let's go into the settings and see if we can work that out. Okay. Right, setup, and we're going to go into mix. Master is channel 1, slave is whatever. Okay, so can I only do one mix or can I do 2 mixes? Okay, so mix 1. So we're in mix 1. So mix is on. Okay, all right. Okay, let's try and work this out then. So mix 1, then we're going to go. Okay, mix is on. So the master is going to be channel 1. The slave is going to be channel 5 in this instance. And then we're going to come out of that. We're going to go into that again. Now, how do I get into mix 2? Mix 2 is now on. Okay. Mix is going to be on. The master this time is going to be channel 2. And the slave is going to be channel 6. Saved. Okay, so now, hopefully, if we go forward, hang on, without literally taking everything out, let's just try and put my hand there. You can see this moving forward. And then if I go left, Christ. Crikey. I mean, I'm not going to lie, it is like insane. That's just mental. It's a little 3D print, for goodness sake. I mean, what are we playing at here? We're going to, oh dear. Anyway, look, so that works. Okay, so I'm going to do some tuning of that. I'm going to try and get the other thing in order to get that more aggressive would probably be on the sub trims and stuff. So I'll play around with that a little bit later on, and we get that up to scratch because I'm keen to get this finished off before I have to go to bed or whatever. Let's have a look here. Whereabouts is that little screw? So I have lost a little screw that's supposed to go into there. And the reason I've lost that is because I actually think it kicked off and went awry. So I have got some spares. Where are the spares? Where are the spares? Spares are over here. Bear with me. Take some more programming to get them. Okay, yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, thank you for that. That's it's actually easier on that FlySky remote than the Spectrum remote that I've got, believe it or not. So that's good. I like that. So I'm just going to chop this up a little bit more. As you can see here, with this print has, I mean, it's okay, but it's it just needs to have the center punch to be popped back into it, so we can get the screw in there. 3D Musketeer, if you're still here, are you building a DeathRacer? I'd love to see like 3 Musketeers on that. And I'm also interested in who is, because obviously we're going to Bel Air. Okay, this is for the East Coast Rep Festival. We're going to Bel Air. So who is going to do the fresh print stuff? Because come on, that's got to be done. Or is it because now Will Smith is cancelled? Because that's the thing. Maybe no one will do it. Not a single person. So what I might do is I might do a sort of a stream on advanced tuning, maybe we call it, with the FlySky remote. Michael Badley's been going on about these FlySky remotes. In fact, Michael Badley went on about Prusa's being amazing, these amazing printers, and blah, 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 blah. Don't bother with Creality. Don't bother with this. Don't bother with that. Anyway, I bought a Prusa, and then I bought another one because they were awesome. I'm not a fanboy or anything like that. But I do, if I just want to print something and it just work, I do use the Prusas a lot. The Anycubic Max as well is just an awesome printer. I haven't that hasn't gone wrong on me once. And I use it all the time. Big Octopus print the other day. That was just, that was a whole week of printing. Just mad, absolutely mad. Just did it. No mucking about. So yeah, so we get the extremities of this sorted out. I might even try and do the modification on the old boom as well to get that throw up to 180. I know someone else has done a video on that, but it would be worth just replicating it and getting my head around it and to ask these companies why they're producing mediocre, crappy bloody things. They should be doing stuff that's awesome. That needs tapping down. There we go. Okay, so let's just have another quick look. If I had a rich relative that lived over there, maybe a fresh, oh God, that would be amazing. Okay, so that's where we've got that motion now. We were talking about that before. Oh yeah, baby. That's the full range of motion that I want on forward and reverse. Now we've got that a little bit now with the FlySky, because we know we can. Whoa! It's obscene. Oh God, someone's gonna die. Amazing. I love it. I just love it. It's brilliant. What a brilliant thing. So the good news is that we haven't had to mess around too much with any of the kind of substandard remote controls and stuff here. That's just kind of gone to plan. So thank you to anyone that's helped us with that. That was spot on. Give you a beer token if you're at East Coast Rep Festival. Come out and have a drink with us, because it's going to be fun. Guaranteed fun. Jim is back. It's funny that I just start talking about coming out and going out drinking and stuff, and then you just turn up randomly. Yeah. What have you been building? Your DeathRacer? What's been going on? Yeah, we're still working on it. We had a few hiccups along the way, but you wouldn't know anything about those because you've never built one. Just saying. Okay, so little tip here, don't tighten this up too much here because it will bind. Honestly, you guys. Ah, dear. Go on, you bugger, get in. There we go. Oh, really? What are you filming? Can you tell us? Okay, that's all good. Okay, again, you don't want to do these up too tight because otherwise you risk binding the those gears again. And of course, these are tiny little servo motors. You know, these are micro motors. So you don't want to put too much pressure on them, even if they're the metal ones that I've installed on this. You know, the plastic ones are just naff. I shouldn't even don't even bother your time with it. Let's just unplug those. Move the battery out of the way so someone doesn't blow up. So we're not far off here now. We've just got the racer to the driver to kind of put together, which is going to be a whole heap of fun, I am sure. Right, let's pop him in there. Yeah, that's all good. And finally, this one. So you say I was recording with John from Proper Printing. Were you? Oh, really? Okay. I hope he's made a radio-controlled version of you. And please, somebody do a Jim from Edutech head for the DeathRacers, because that'll be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Okay, so that's cool. So we've got that part done now. Very happy with that. I'm going to show you once again the brand new printer. This is the Anycubic. Can't tell you anything about it. With the dual PEI sheet. Yeah, that's a thing. I know Jim from Edutech hasn't got one of those. Nope. No, sir. So anyway, these are just printed out. So that's good. Happy days. So we're going to lift this up now, and I'm going to try and install the little fishy eyes. There's one. And come on, you can do it. Oh, it's tight in there again. You can do it. Yes, you can do it. Okay, I won't glue that in just yet, but that is a way that is going to be looking very, very soon. If you can see that. Oh, no, you can't. There you go. Hey, hello. Hello there. So that's it. That's the DeathRacer. All finished, apart from the driver. So let's get the driver under control now. Again, modifications on this. I haven't done the head yet, and but I'll show you how all the switches and stuff go together, and we can have some fun around that. This is going to go all the way back here. Just make sure that all your cables are plugged in and stuff, and it's not looking too. So look, you can see this. Donk. Made a real mess in here as well. There you go. So that's the DeathRacer. We've got the boom working, as you saw. But how the boom goes on is is anybody's business, really. So let's move on. Let's move on to putting in this, the man. If we look at it here, that is essentially what we're looking at, guys. This is sort of built off the pants go down here, and then his arms and stuff then come and they basically attach to either side of these little parts here, which I forget the name of completely, but it should be fun. So let's do that now. Let's move this sucker out of the way. That driver was a pain in the rear. Yeah, man, your one only had one leg. Just saying. So I have noticed. Here we go. I have noticed that these are extended on here, and it's a bit weird that that's happened. I don't know why that's happened, but it's happened. The next thing I'm going to do is, how do I want to do this? So there's different ways to do this. You can push these down. See the switch that's in here at the moment? We've got to work out as well whether or not it's on the on position or the off position. At the moment, I don't know because I haven't looked at the switch, but I don't think there's any real way of telling it whether it's on or off at this particular point in time. So we're going to do a test. Now, the best way to do a test with this is probably by, how can we test the switch? What's the best way of doing it? Who's this? Ah, Christian King. All right, dude, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Thank you. That would be on my pancake fund. Thank you. Hopefully that helps you out anyway, Christian, and we will catch you soon, no doubt. Best of luck. Let us know if you get stuck with anything. Okay, so the switch basically goes and sits inside of this part here. That's really nice of him, isn't it? Thanks, Christian. Right. I could just totally cheat because I know I've got one of these already set up and ready to go, but, you know, we're not going to do that. Let's move and spin this around a little bit. Now, you do get a couple of chances with this because the PLA, and in fact, most materials do allow you to move this about. Best way is to stick your finger in. That's what she said. Oh, yeah. So let's undo this to start with. I'll take these screws out. They can foul on the switch, so just be mindful of that. That's what I was saying. They aren't extended. They aren't extended. The main body that the switch mounts to is shortened to remove where the magnets were at the end. Okay. Let me get through that. Let me get through to that bit, and then we'll talk about it. So I'm going to be using this red cable again. It's probably overkill, if I'm totally honest. You don't need it to be as crazy as this. We're talking very, very small. We're talking a few amps here. We're not talking, you know, 1.28 gigawatts or anything. So let's get that snipped and installed. The way we're going to do that is the proper way, by using a couple of these. Now then, pop that on. Pop them in, and then we're going to close this down. Now you should really be using a proper crimping tool, but unfortunately my son has stolen my crimping tool. I'm pretty sure he is planning. See, this is what happens, you see, that it came out. So I'm probably going to dab a little bit of hello. I'm going to dab a little bit of solder on this, and then probably a little bit of tape, because I don't want that to come off. So the solder is here. Thank you. And the tape is around here somewhere. If my desk wasn't such a mess. All right, the solder will have to do then, I suppose. Multimeter. Yes, that would be a great idea. Tripod. A multimeter. Now, if I had an awesome garage like you've got one, I would know where the multimeter is. In fact, I know exactly where your multimeter is at your place, but I can tell you now, I don't know where mine is. So might be a little bit stuck there. Well, that'll do. Happy days. Right then, round we go with this. Round we go with that. Let's get this snipped as well. Whatever we have in the middle is what we have in the middle. I can smell that burning. Okay, and we'll give it a little bit of solder on that as well. My switch was keyed. Oh, was it? Okay, let's have a look then. I mean, that would make a lot of sense for it to be keyed in there. Of course it would. But I don't know if this one is. We'll have a look in a minute. I've got a spare switch on the floor, which might have some key information on it. Pardon the pun there, guys. Okay, we are on. Yes. Oh, that's a shitty job. Never mind. My switch was keyed on the tag. On and off on the tag. Let's have a look. See if we've got one here. It tells us that. Yeah, here we go. Right then. So let's have a look. Nothing. Yeah, the notch in the threads. How do you mean? How do you mean? How do you mean the notch in the threads? The notch in the threads. Oh, I see. So the not okay, right. So what you're saying then, hang on, right. So that is, so there's a notch here, yeah? That's on. That facing forward is on, right? I did not know that. Let's have a look here then. So the notch in the threads, okay, yeah, you're right. There you go. There's a notch there. There is a notch. So I'm hoping that is on then in that case. So let's work out how we're going to do this then. So that needs to face the back then in that case, because when it's on, I hope you're right, dude. So when it's on, the notch is that way. When it's off, the head comes off, right? Okay, we're going to go with your advice. I didn't know there was a notch in these, but it makes perfect sense. As we enter into our 4.5 hour stream here. I don't think I've streamed for this long before. Monday was quite a... Was it Monday? No, Friday. Friday was quite a long one. The on tag has the corresponding notch. Just match it up. The on-off tag has the corresponding notch. Just match it up. Okay. So the question is, the notch facing forward is on. Away is off. Okay. We hope. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add these onto here now. Let's put this on. It's important that you get this bit right, because if you don't, and it doesn't sit right, then you're going to have a whole heap of trouble, because you're going to get things like disconnection and stuff like that. It's going to be a pain. So just make sure. Where's that screw gone? We'll steal one off here. It's tense. It's very tense. It's not that tense. It's okay. We're going to be all right, everybody. Don't worry. We're in this together. It's a bit of a bugger getting that one, isn't it? Who designed this? Let's get that bugger in there. Oh my God. Literally going mad here. Okay, we're looking good. Okay, that's cool. Right, we're going to just snip that on the end there. Just like that. So hopefully, if we are correct here, that should be the way that this is going to work. So to switch it on, it's going to go back. To switch it forward, is going to go off. Okay. Right then, let's move on to this next part, into the final closing parts of this. Hopefully this stream. Here we go. Right. Let's whip him on here then. Okay. If anybody wants to jump on, just putting it out there. If anybody would like to jump on and just give me some words of encouragement, you're more than welcome to. This is a particularly boring part of the stream. So, oh, hello. There you go. If you do want to jump on. If you don't have to. There's no pressure. Zero pressure there, friends. Zero pressure. Here we go. Okay. So the racer is generally what we've been suggesting is that people re-CAD the head. You can do that in Tinkercad if you want to, and then reprint it. I've messed around with a few different types, and there doesn't seem to be really a good one or a bad one as such. But anything is probably better than the stock one that was uploaded. That wasn't too amazing. And of course, we've seen some, like that Predator one is just absolutely insane. I'm going to need to drill this out a little bit, I think. Got a hole that will not allow that screw to go in. Kick that out a bit. There we go. Happy days. Try that again. Okay. Oh, you bugger. If it all goes well on the print, how many kilos of filament does this take? Okay, so generally, polymakers sell the TPU at 750 grams. You will get, yeah, there you go. 1 lot of TPU and 2 PETG stroke PLAs or better. PLA plus, anything like that. That will do, that will do you completely. Even with mistakes, that will be fine. Or misprints or whatever. Yeah. Making sure I've got all the bits for this. Let's make sure he's going to go in. Yes, he is. Again, depends if you start modifying stuff as well. If you do, awesome. It might take a little bit more filament. Colors as well is a bit of a pig. You've got color 1 and color 2 on the head. So for the head and the body. Usually what I do with that is I print both of them out twice, but in 2 different colors. So then we have a whole kind of range of things. So that was another, I could have used this color, for instance, for the inside of the switch, but didn't. The other thing was I was going to change the color of his pants, but didn't do that either. But I did change the color of, things like these little armband things, stuff like that. Just kind of a crack on kind of thing. Right then, let's see how this is going to work then. Feed this cable through the pants. Never thought I'd be saying that on a live stream. And then we're going to dip him in here like that. So this is quite tight getting these pants on. That's not such a bad job. I think it can go in a tiny bit more. Pull this back. Okay, so I'm just going to grab that screwdriver just so there's a little bit of filament stuck inside of there, I think. There it goes. The secret to the success of these in a battle formation is your infill. Are you going to do so many layer lines, or are you going to do so much of an infill? Generally speaking, the more layer lines you have to complete the print, the better. That's certainly the approach that I've taken with this. That way. So the minimum I've done with layer lines is, didn't work, with 8 layer lines at the very minimum. That is about as good as we're going to get, I think. There's a bit of space there. I don't know if you can see that. There's a bit of space there. There should be no space there. The only other thing I can do to make that fit is give that a little bit of a snip. So that's what we'll do. 1, 2. That's still tight. Yeah, using a hammer though and PLA. I mean, that's better. That is better. The gap isn't so bad there. Okay, so that's that. We were talking about how to install this onto the body before, and there was previously a magnet, or there still is a magnet. I'm not too sure where we got up to with that. It's not like I don't listen, but as I say, I've never used the magnet on it. I normally glue the feet to the robot, and that tends to sort of keep it on there quite well. These extended forks are something that I've not seen, not printed previously. So that's what I was kind of wondering about. That's obviously where the legs and the arms and everything go onto it. We'll use a screwdriver handle, yeah. Why not? So let's bring the old DeathRacer back in then. Here he is. Okay, so what we're going to do is basically slot this into the top of here. And the way we'd do that, let's move this around a little bit. What should happen here is I haven't broken off those elements in there due to the fact that I think these should just slot straight into that. So what we'll do is we'll pull him through, and then he should slot straight in. There you go. So let's just whiz that back here. So he slots in like that. Now it doesn't look like anything at the moment, does it? It just looks like a ridiculous piece of crap on the end of a, you know, but yeah, there you go. That goes in there. That's where the slots come out. That's kind of how we figured that would work. And then what I'm going to do is just get these two cables here. Go back to the third screen. These two cables here, which go to the positive and negative, sorry, go to the switch rather, and then just pop those straight through. Now, the next part is pretty damn simple because all we're going to be adding now is the legs and the feet and the arms and all that kind of stuff of the old human anatomy, so to speak. And here we go. Just popping in here. And while I'm there, because I don't really need to do too much more with this, I'm going to now whack the old screws through. So we'll quickly do that. 1 and 2. Oh, we've got a guest. Hang on. Can I play a song? What can I play? Let's go with the Edge of 3D. How you doing?
Hey, Sam.
How's it all going?
It's going good. I was going to show you something here. Okay. Of course, I have lots of Death Racers around the office here, but
oh, that's you. Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah, that's me. The bodies that I'm printing actually, well, that one's, his hands are attached. See, these
so is
are
this to do with those extended fork things then, or what?
Yeah, these are the longer bodies for the magnets.
Got it. Yep.
So then the side bodies slide all the way down and they're tight to it, and that will not fit down through that hole.
Where have those files come from? I haven't seen those files.
These were the original ones, and actually, I think the CAD files still have this body.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll get that fixed then in that case.
Yeah, because if you look here, see how wide that is?
Yeah. Yeah. So you have to take those supports out.
So the supports have to come out for that to fit in, and then this has got holes for zip ties here to zip tie your cables to. And then I enlarged the magnet hole and added a screw hole in it because I use the magnets that have the countersunk hole in them to screw them to hold them into place. But
got it.
Anyway,
yeah, understood.
There's another one in the works.
And are you going to be at Earth? Is that your kind of your jam? Is that what you're doing? You're going to Earth and you're going to race these things?
I'm going to be at Earth representing 2 other companies as well as my YouTube channel and playing with the Death Racers.
Amazing.
So
there
you go.
Oh yeah. Oh no, yeah, I have seen that. Yeah, that I showed that out. I showed the side plates of that earlier. It's awesome. That is awesome. That is awesome.
So that's the 2 completed ones here in the office, and then there's this one here that's I still got to assemble.
Excellent. And how are you finding building them? Have you come across too much that's kind of a bit of a pain? What's the biggest challenge? Okay, nice. I like that. What's your biggest challenge been with the build?
I really haven't had no challenges with them. I mean, I build giant scale radio controlled airplanes, so these are pretty.
You're on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's another RC. It's not real difficult from my standpoint, but I understand somebody that's never built something like this before, especially without a step-by-step manual to follow or how-to video or something like that, it could seem overwhelming.
Absolutely. That's part of the reason why I was kind of doing this today. I mean, we've been kind of meaning to do some stuff, and it becomes a bit of a challenge sometimes, but if you're 3D printing, then generally we like to think that perhaps you're going to be able to understand some of the basics of RC, and if you're messing around with stepper motors and stuff, generally that's kind of our thought process around that.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm missing some parts to this one that I'm currently working on. I've made some modifications to the files, like the front piece there. I opened those holes up for airflow.
Yep.
Okay, and then I opened up all the holes. I don't know if the camera will pick it up or not.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
So all these holes that weren't all the way through on the original model, I went ahead and opened them up, and then my back cover.
Yep.
I designed it so it slides in, and it uses magnets up here at the top. So
okay.
you just pop it off there to get into here. Let me grab one of these that's already together. So you see on the back there.
Yep.
To get into where the battery and everything's at, you just get in front of the camera here. It's got magnets right there.
Yeah.
It just slides in, and then it's magnetically attached. It won't go anywhere.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, like I say, we toyed around with the ideas of, do we put magnets on, as a kill switch? Do we do this? Do we do that? And what really this was all about is just to try and set something up that other people can kind of run away with, and that's certainly what's happened so far, which is
that's what's so awesome about it is once you spend the $1 for the Patreon access, you've got access to the CAD files, the step files. And you can take it from there and modify. I mean, this one right here looks exact. I mean, it looks perfectly normal. I mean, there are some modifications to it. I put DeathRacer on the side and a Polymaker logo here, and then it's got a Polymaker logo on the front. But this has actually got longer tracks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. By how many?
Just added basically the length of one tread or two treads.
Okay.
So let me hold them up here. That'll give you an idea. You can see how it's a little longer.
Got it. And what was the purpose of that then? Just because, or?
I have the 5-to-1 gearbox in that Polymaker one, and it added just a little bit more room in there. Let me pull a side plate off of it. I'll show you the 5-to-1. My camera's not really pointed in the right direction here. Let me move it. Those lights behind me are blowing out the camera. Kill that light. If you look in there, see that's got the longer 5-to-1 gearbox.
Yeah.
And just for clearance issues, I stretched the frame, and then actually stretched it a little bit more than one tread, just to tighten the treads up. Because the first set I built, the treads were a little loose.
Sure.
So I just went in there and extended it a little bit more. I think I went 3 millimeters on each side, or maybe it's 3 millimeters total. I'd have to go back and look in my CAD files and see. But I did that just to give the motor more room.
Yeah. It's interesting, actually, how we just sort of tried something and just thought, and then obviously we were just messing around with the Pololo motors to start with, as you know, and then it kind of went into a different direction at that point.
Right. I was at Murph with you guys.
Yeah.
I was over there trying to bet money, and Tripod kept saying that Joel had the winning machine, and then it turns out that Tripod smoked everybody. So
The question here, Sam Prentice, did you get the motors you ordered from China? Now, which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about the ones that that it came quite early on? Somebody mentioned about getting them and stuff, and I did get those, and I didn't think a lot of them. But the ones I've ordered since then, like everything else, has come from China. Everything else has been ordered from China. Nothing. I don't think anything here, other than occasional Amazon and stuff. Nothing here, I don't believe, has come from anywhere other than China. But if you're talking about those ones that are kind of like a black gearbox, yeah, I had a look at them. I've got them here, but I just haven't had the time to kind of do anything more with them at this point.
now I did go through on the Facebook group, and I built that gray one that I just had up there, the Polymaker one.
Yeah,
I built that one purely off of Amazon, just to see what it was going to cost and availability, and other than the 3 rolls of filament that came from Nick and the the brass heat inserts, I have drawers full of those things.
Yeah.
Everything else came straight from Amazon, and I built it off of Amazon, and I did a rundown and links to every single part, so it can be done, but you're also getting up over $300 for it. So,
how did you find the price difference between the two, ordering from Amazon versus ordering from the parts from China?
Ordering from China was about a third less.
Okay.
Overall, I mean, some of the things I didn't order from China, I just went ahead and ordered. Like the very first one I did, that black and red one. That one I like the motors and the speed controllers on it, I got from Hobby King from their US warehouse.
Yep.
So I haven't totally built one just from a Chinese bomb. I'll probably do that after Earth, just to supply links and everything, and all the way through every part of it. So, but I got one left to build, and that's it before Earth, because I've already built, 5 total. I've given 2 away to the neighbor kids, 2 of the neighbor kids here in the neighborhood, and got them hooked up with a charger for the batteries and everything.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That is so nice of you.
And they're still running around the neighborhood. They haven't. One of them has the robot head is gone, so he just flips the switch on the top of it, and I gotta get him a new head for it. But
oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious.
I was out there one day playing with them, and the kids were over, and they were super interested, and that was the very first ones built. So actually that was number 2 and number 3. Number 1 is that black and red one.
Yeah.
That I just had up here, but it's actually, I've changed it out for the 2-piece, the 2-part main body, main frame.
Yeah.
So the 1-part main frame and stuff is over there in the tub. The next 2 were also original with the original main frame. One is a 45 turn 3-to-1 gearbox. One is a 35 turn 3-to-1 gearbox, and honestly, I can't tell you a difference in speed on them.
Really?
Now, I would imagine if you just took them out side by side on the street and just held them wide open and ran down the road, the 35 turn would eventually pull away.
Yeah.
But
subjective.
Yeah. The 45 turn wheelie's a lot better.
Right.
It'll pick the front end up a lot quicker than the 35 turn, but the 35 turn will pick the front end up and wheelie quite a ways too. So.
And how did you find the swing on the boom? Have you had problems with that as well?
Yeah, the original the spec servo with these low end radios, you're not going to get 180 degrees because you can't change the pulse width modulation in the radio.
Yep.
So they're only going to go so far. And um, Fat Man posted a video on how to add the 2K ohm resistors or 2.2K ohm resistors,
Yep.
and that'll actually at 100% throw on your servo, that'll probably give you close to 200, even maybe a little more than 200 degrees of swing. I've had to dial mine back to like 60% throw on each side to get 180.
Right. Okay. Wow.
You
Okay.
get into higher end radios. I don't know if your spectrums, if you can go down deep into them far enough to change the pulse width modulation in them. But some of
Don't
my
think so.
yeah, some of my computer
maybe,
radios.
Yeah, maybe if we plugged it in,
Yeah.
then there's a possibility. But again, it's not quite my expertise that getting down deep quite that far. But I'm sure it can be done. And I've seen that with you can do it with Arduinos and stuff, can't you? You can get the pulse width sorted out for that, I think.
Right, and then like I say, the high end radios that I use on the big radio controlled planes, obviously they're programmable. You plug them into a computer to do it. You can do it from the screen, but it would take you an hour to do something that takes 2 seconds to plug into the computer. And you can adjust the pulse width modulation on them to widen it out and get more swing out of it. But on these hobby grade radios, it's just not something that's.
No.
I'm sure. I don't even know what Turnigy Hobby King has for radios now, but they used to have I think they called it a TX9.
Right.
And that one was pretty much open source, and you could get into it and do some amazing stuff with a less than $100 radio. But I don't know if Hobby King even sells that radio anymore.
Okay.
I will show you the one thing I did. I changed. I see you got your Bulger or Bludger arm on there.
Yeah.
I modified mine a little bit because I'm using the carbon fiber tube. So I just have two screws that go through the top all the way through the carbon fiber tube and into the two threaded parts on the servo arm.
Yeah.
And then I recessed it just a little bit right here so that screw sticks up just a little bit from that servo arm, and that allows it to set down on there flush.
Got it.
So that is modified a little bit, but that and I made the ball into a ball that doesn't have a big block on the bottom of it anymore.
I don't know why it's got a big. Is that maybe that was just support? I don't know.
Just the way it was designed. I don't know. It's. I mean, that's the beauty of this is you guys supply the step files, and anybody with a little bit of CAD experience or even no CAD experience, good place to start. You can go in there and start actually modifying these parts, and that's what I did on this 2-piece body. That front piece that's screwed on there, I'm like, well, I just made it so that it mates up and doesn't have to use that front piece, and the body lines match up here on the front.
Yeah, and it's a good mod. It's a really good mod.
So, and then I went and was working on it, and I grabbed my Lulzbot stand, and it doesn't fit. So then I had to come up with a stand. So, there's
Thank you for doing that. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That is awesome. Yeah, like I say, I was hoping that someone would come up with something, and I did the same thing. I sort of grabbed it. I was like, oh damn, it doesn't fit. So it's a bit of a pain that really, but
yeah, I didn't even think about that when I did these, and then I was working on one. I think it was last night. Then I went and set it up on the Lulzbot stand, and it kind of janks over to one side, and like, well, that doesn't work. So, but I widened the main frame is a little bit wider at the bottom, and I did that myself just because that first one, the 2 speed controllers I had, I wanted to set them side by side in there, and they just wouldn't go down in there side by side.
Got it. I got a question. I got a question for you here on your screen, if you can see that.
Yeah, I'll share those modified frames to the both the motor, because I did a little bit more. Let me see if I've got one here. So here's the stretched frame.
Oh yeah.
But
Okay.
I changed up I did some work on this, and then the motor blocks where they bolt in here, I've got them so they set flush on each side, and so I'll share the frames and the motor blocks, and then I'll share those on the Facebook group.
Thank you.
So, but everything I do is for the heat set insert. So if people would prefer threading directly into these,
No, but to be fair, I love those. I just didn't have any. That's why I glued it up, because I was like, I just don't have those things to hand. So, but no, they're a cracking idea. Absolutely cracking idea.
well, and see now, you're not going to be able to screw your body onto that frame that you got right there, because the two top holes up there where the body attaches, those are for heat sets as well.
Mine's on.
What you use?
I got some very long screws. I got some very long screws.
Oh, you just went all the way down and caught the bottom of the pocket then?
Yeah, and then I've worked a little, a couple of little screws, couple of nuts on there as well.
Okay. Yeah, but I can well, just like I did this morning with the main body, when you said you didn't have the heat sets, it took me literally 2 minutes to go in and modify the file to make it for direct thread, and I can do that on these as well. I'll share two sets. I'll share this set for the heat sets, and then I'll share a set that's a direct thread.
Fabulous. Thank you so much.
Now the side plates won't fit with these.
With those, no.
The side plates have got to be longer, and the holes are symmetrical in the side plates, and then I did a 3-hole mount on the side plates instead of 2-hole.
And what I'm hearing here is you're giving yourself more work.
Sure. Hey, I just want everybody to show up at ERF with their racers and have a good time.
Definitely. I mean, that's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, it's been it's been a bit up and down with a few technicalities for ERF and stuff. People are worried. People are, when you call something a death racer, all of a sudden people start, twitching a little bit and going, well, hang on a minute, what is this all about, guys?
Right.
So being, we've had many chats with them now, and we're in a really good place with them right now. So there should be no issues on the days that we're there and doing this. And as I say, Polymaker have given away some amazing prizes. Focus are now kind of involved with some stuff as well. So there is some really good amount of traction to this. And even with Polymaker sort of giving away the filament and all that kind of stuff that they've done, they've sort of gone above and beyond to support this project. Very much so. Yeah, they've and Nick's going to be there as well, so that's going to be something I'm really looking forward to, meeting Nick for the first time, because I've not met. I've seen, obviously we've had various meetings and stuff about things and whatnot, but I've not actually met him. And
I think what I'm planning on doing is giving this one away at ERF.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Just hopefully somebody that's there that either can't afford it, doesn't have the ability to do it or something like that, and wants to participate. I mean, I'll probably do the Fly Sky radio like you have for this one, because that's half the price of the radios I'm using.
Yeah.
But trying to figure out a way to give it away, how to make it fair.
It's a challenge, isn't it? I mean, there was some, certainly some big ideas that, 3D Printing Nerds team had about, making 10 of them and doing this and doing that. And, when it came down to it, when you were trying to get the stuff and, people didn't order things in the immediate need of time. Sorry, I just dropped something on the floor. Then, the stuff didn't turn up in time, and it just became like a bit of a mission really to try and get things sorted out, which was a bit of a pain. So unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that was talked about never happened. And there's still quite a lot of that going on at the moment, unfortunately. where
Like I
there's
say,
you know,
I just something I'm mulling over, giving one away. I know that there's a user she just came into the group here within the last week, and she really wants to go and really wants to get one built, and we've kind of helped her along, get her headed in the right direction to get the filament and stuff. And I've been helping her through DMs, work through a few things, and I actually got a 2-bedroom suite at one of the Hilton properties, and she wasn't going to be able to afford to go. And I'm like, if you can get yourself down there to it and buy a ticket, we'll give you a place to sleep and
oh wow,
bring what you have done with your DeathRacer, and we'll do what we can to get it going in time for the deal. So, it's all about the community and everybody helping everybody else out and having fun with it.
that's insane. No,
I
that's really
look,
nice to hear.
if you and Tripod hadn't spent your entire Murph time building Joel's DeathRacer, he wouldn't have got to even participate.
No, you wouldn't. You're quite right there. Actually, it's like I don't know. There's a lot more. There's a lot more to it in the background with that, with how that came to be, and it is what it is. But as I say, it was good. It was good fun, and I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I love the experience and the pancakes and everything. It was just an epic time. Met some amazing people out there as well. So I'm glad to be coming back to another event now. And I've been kind of lucky with the whole sponsorship side of things here, being able to sort of afford to go out and do these crazy things elsewhere. So it's been very, very good. It's been very good.
Well, I'm
very
about, let's see, how many subscribers do you have on your channel? 6,000 subscribers. So I'm about 5,800 subscribers away from having any sponsorship to get me there.
Yeah, it's a labor of love. I can tell you that it is a labor of love. It's not
I'm going for 2 different representing. On aside from my channel, also going there representing a belt printer kit company as well as Fabrico, Hector down there in Florida. So I'm bringing several printers with me as well as the DeathRacers and stuff. So it'd be a good time.
Absolutely. No, that's cool, dude. That is really cool. And, fabulously generous of you as well to be, helping people out in that way. That is absolutely insane.
Offset Maker Lab, yes. I can. Which Fusion 360 files are you wanting? I can get you step files for everything I've done. So I know somebody was asking back a couple weeks ago about sharing the files and stuff like that, and I made mention that I didn't want to do that without you and Mike both saying, to go ahead and do that, because if enough of us get to sharing enough different files, it won't be long before all the files are out there to build one of these without joining the Patreon, and I don't want to see that happen.
Yeah, I mean it's we've had we've been approached by a variety of companies with people saying to us, "Hey, can we get in on this? Can we make these files free? Can they be a printables or a Thingiverse or this or that or whatever?" And the answer is it wasn't really made for that. We weren't gearing up for that kind of thing, and because it's not quite finished yet. So I kind of do a lot of different things. I've got my fingers in sort of all the different pies and stuff. And this for me was, I'm sort of front ending this. As you know, Mike is doing the design for it. Mike's doing a bunch of different designs for a bunch of different things that I'm involved with. And I'm hoping that, we'll do Murph again next year. And then on top of that, then there might be another something that comes out that's not a DeathRacer, that's maybe some sort of other racer or some kind of other thing. Now we've got the Hammerhead coming out, which is the new kind of look racer as well. We've also got, and I'll tell you this on cam now, I suppose it's probably a better place than any. We've got a possible 6 motor racer that might be at the event. So we shall see. We shall see if it can be done in time, then it'll be there. If not, then that might be what you see the next year. But you know, as I say, these things do take time to build. You know, 6 motors is a huge amount. That, you know, if you talk about kind of robot wars or you know, the whole kind of robotic fighting game that's out there,
Right.
It's one of those kind of enforcers, so to speak. So
it'll be interesting to see, and I have a sneaking suspicion that there'll be 1 or 2 Hilton parking lots that'll be having some unsanctioned Death Racer matches.
I think so. I mean, like I said before, you know, the guys at the East Coast Railroad Festival, you know, they were quite against it to start with. I'll be honest. They were like, "Oh, I'm not so sure." And I said, "Well, look, you know, here's the problem. If we say no, then people are just going to rock up and do it anyway. So surely, if you can still hear me, surely it's better to say let's do it and let's keep it controlled."
Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead and sanction it and support it so you can control it. Otherwise, there'll be Death Racers rocketing up and down the aisle, and the people running the show trying to figure out whose Death Racer it is so they can boot them out of there. And it just, because you know as well as I do that it's going to happen.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, that was the thing with Mirth. You know, I was like, hey, you know, we're going to have to write this. We're going to have to do, because I you know, I do a lot of work that is to do with processes, and of course, you know, then people were saying, no, they're really relaxed out there. Don't worry. And then, of course, then we're going to this new event. And I'm going, well, is it the same setup? And they're like, no. This is no. This setup is very different. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. You know, I've got no problems with that. I've got no problems with authority. That's absolutely fine. But you know, what my concern, I guess, would be that people start rocking up at Mirth next time with, you know, all these Death Racers. What does that look like at that point? You know, it's sort of like, when does it become a problem? But I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure everything will. You know, the whole community are good people. So, you know,
as long as the community kind of holds their standards and respects the venues and the wishes of the people at the venues, because the last thing you want is have somebody a bunch of people showing up and just rocketing up and down the aisles where you've got other people there at the event that have no interest in the Death Racer, and they don't need this thing slamming into their feet while they're trying to look at a printer or talk to somebody. So, you know, there's
exactly that. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Not that any of that happened at Murph, but I could, you know, I was just down the aisle from you, like 3 booths, and more than once I seen people jump down there in your area because a Death Racer was coming through.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, that did happen, and it was, you know, that's just the way, you know, the kind of day went, really. But like I say, I thoroughly enjoyed myself at that event, and I'll definitely be back to the next one. That's a promise. That's an absolute promise.
Oh yeah, Murph was a good time, and I think Earth is going to be just as good a time. It's just going to be it's going to be a lot more trade show vibe than it was I mean, basically Murph was a big party.
Yeah.
I won't say where I seen it at or who I seen doing it, but I know there was beer being drank at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning at booths. So.
Well, there you go. Look, yeah.
I don't think Chris and the guys running Earth would appreciate it if we come rolling in there with our wheel behind coolers slap full of beer at
no, possibly
7
not.
o'clock in the morning on Saturday morning. We'd probably get told that's going back to the vehicle.
Yeah. Like I say, been talking to Chris quite a bit actually. Seeing as you know him, so and he's been a good egg actually, really good guy to communicate with. You know, I think I'm doing a talk there now as well. We've we talked everything out. We know where we're at now. And then I got a call off somebody else saying, "Oh, what's the talk? Are you doing 1 talk or 2 talks?" And I was like, okay. So I think I'll be doing a talk. I think the information's being released this week. about
Okay.
actually what's going on. So yeah, again, I'm looking forward to getting involved.
Yeah, you're going to be busy there. It sounds like.
Yeah,
So,
story of my life. I think that.
now we just
Story of
got
my
to
life.
figure out which hotel has a coffee table with wheels on the bottom that we can take the top off of, that has staff that'll remove the carpet in the lobby so we can have.
I wasn't there. I wasn't there for that. I did hear about it, and I witnessed some videos of that, but I wasn't there for that one.
Yeah, that was at my hotel. I don't think you were staying at the same hotel.
No, we stayed at some awful motel. It was like the Bates Motel or something. You know, it was something out of a horror flick for sure. But yeah, we're trying up our game, I think, for next year.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna stay back at the same hotel I was at next year because the people there were just too good to us. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, well,
I don't know if anybody from Lightburn is watching or will watch this later, but I still got to give them guys a shout out because Sunday afternoon, after the show was over with and we got back to the hotel, I had a situation where I had to get some aircraft parts, like literally the entire 2 wings for an airplane cleared through customs.
Oh, wow.
And was trying to do the paperwork on that, but the hotel there, their scanner printer set up there wasn't working, and the guys from Modbot and the rest of the folks from Lightburn jumped in and they went out to their vehicles. They found me the right USB cable I needed to connect to the hotel's scanner there, and I mean they dropped everything to help me with something that wasn't even related to the show or 3D printing or laser software or anything, you know, and it's just the level of camaraderie and the friendships built at these events can't be replaced with anything.
No, absolutely not. No, I totally agree. I mean, I had a whale of a time. I didn't really know what to expect. You know, even with John, you know, I've known John for a few years, and it's all through Facebook. You know, that's how I knew him. So to come out there and actually do the event, and you know that whole thing, it was awesome, just absolutely awesome.
Yeah, well, we brought the guy behind the Mercury One printers, Justin, goes by Dutch Dude.
Right.
Yeah, we brought him over from the Netherlands for the show, and then the gentleman that designed has the company belt3dprinterkit.com. He came up from Peru, and he'll actually be here for IRF as well.
Wow.
Also, I bring the printers, and he shows up and talks to people about them. So.
That's really good. I mean, like I say, I thoroughly enjoyed myself throughout the whole process. It was absolutely awesome. Just so you guys know, I'm just putting on the arms now here. I'm not just sitting around having a chat and ignoring everything. I'm literally getting to the point where we're going to start putting some bits and pieces on. The legs at the moment. Say again?
You cheat putting your arms on. This is how I put the arms on mine right here. See?
What's that?
You use your hand and you turn it. You know, you actually engage the screw with the screwdriver and turn it by hand.
Like this?
Yeah.
This? Okay. We can try it that way.
Your way's a lot quicker.
Yeah, I know. I've been on it 5.5 hours.
I've had a few people ask me in DMs and stuff like that, how long does it take to build one?
Yep.
Once everything's printed, if you know what you're doing, about 5 to 6 hours, give or take a little bit to assemble it, and that's just nonstop if that's all you do is work on it.
Yeah.
That's it. Now, what I've done is somebody posted let me find one here. Somebody in the Facebook group posted a tool for inserting the pins into the tracks.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So the block right here, the track pops down into it. see if I can remember how to do this. And then this block right here, you put your pin in there and you line it up, and then you can force it down in there, and you've got that whole block to hold in your hand.
Yeah.
And it makes inserting them pins super fast. Now, I did redo this a little bit in Fusion, and I made it so that behind where that pinhole is, it's solid all the way through. So, because on that first one that I printed, I was pushing one through and it actually broke through the filament inside, and the pin came all the way out and into my hand.
Oh God.
Oh. Well, no, there's. I asked the guys over on Discord. There's a reason why Hector had that honey badger logo made for me with the guys setting their arc and stuff together, because I'm the chief of destructive testing for all this stuff.
Amazing.
Dutch dude can tell you about one night on a group live chat on Discord where I was acting as my own multimeter for line level voltage on an SSR.
Oh my God. Wow. Is
So,
that 110 or 240?
Oh, 110 over here.
Yeah. Okay.
Us Americans aren't smart enough to have 240 volts. We'd have too many dead people.
Yeah, I've taken a jolt off of 240 volt SSR. That is not nice. That is that is all kinds of crazy. That is all kinds of crazy.
With 110 we have over here, as long as you don't have earth and neutral in one hand and get a hold of the live wire in the other hand, it really won't hurt you. It'll give you a good jolt and zing you pretty good. But as long as you don't have it in opposite hands where it has to pass all the way through your body, it'll let you know it's there and make you move your hand pretty quick.
Yeah, I bet it will. Good God.
Now, I don't recommend anybody do that. That's not a smart way to do things.
Definitely not. God, definitely not.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
cool,
Like I say, that on that main body in that robot frame, that's what I was talking about, because the original CAD files with this piece right here, that will not fit down through that body with those two little pieces in there. And then when you bolt the sides to it, they set tight to the sides. Let me grab a set of sides here. So obviously this isn't bolted together, but you can see, they set tight to that, so there's no way for, it just, those little supports got to be clipped out of there. And that's the way I have all of mine built. This one doesn't have a magnet on it. It's just slipped in there.
Right.
But the black and red one, it's got the magnets down in there, which I don't think it needs them. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. If it ejects the body off there, I guess you could rip the cables out of the body or something if it took a hard enough hit, but yeah, I just got one more set of bodies up there printing, and one more set of mainframes right here printing, and then this last one is all done and ready to go together as well.
Bloody hell. That is insane. That is insane. Yeah, I've heard there's quite a few people bringing more than one, which is good. But as I say, it's I love the way that people have just really embraced this, because it could have gone either one or two ways, couldn't it? It could have gone anyway. Yeah, no, it's been very, very cool. It's been very, very
well,
good.
I would say it's on the verge of going viral.
Oh, really? Okay.
Well,
good.
in the YouTube world, the amount of people that have jumped on in just the short period of time since Murph, and the way the community has grown over on the Facebook group, and I think it's yeah.
That's good to know. That is good to know. Oh, you bugger. So I've got to be honest, PLA, PETG is so much easier to work with. Yeah, it's not liking that at all.
Actually, I used this is the PLA that I used from Polymaker.
Yep.
It's that Polymax PLA.
Yeah.
Buddy, that is some tough stuff, but it's just 750 gram rolls.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
I think that's got. I don't know what it's got in that one, but as I say,
it's not brittle like regular not brittle like the regular PLA. I haven't tested it against anything, and that is not one of the formulas that they're giving away for the Death Racers.
Got it.
They're only doing they'll do the Poly Light PLA Pro, I believe it is. Yeah. This is the. I've got one of them built in this right here, the Poly Light. So I can find where my camera's at. The PLA Pro, which is still a little stronger than your standard PLA, and we'll see how it holds out. And then everything else is done in ASA.
Got it.
No, I prefer to print in ASA. So.
No, that's cool, dude. Zero G Design. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're well. We are coming into hopefully the final half an hour of the DeathRacer build.
Zero G Design. That's that goofy guy from over there in the Netherlands.
Oh, I see.
So, hey, Dutch.
We've just been hearing some tall tales about you, Dutch.
Yeah. Nope, Dutch is the brain behind the Mercury One printers.
Okay.
Oh, I don't. It's kind of hard to see, but that's what's running over here right now. This is a Mercury One, which is based on the Ender 5 Pro, and then it's got the Hydra bed, which is the 3-point kinematic bed.
I believe I saw that at. Yeah, I did see that.
It was the green one.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, that's the one.
And that one will be at IRF as well. I'm only bringing one. I'm not bringing the other one this time. So.
Yeah. So how far is that out for you to go to that event?
1,300 miles one way.
Wow. Oh my God.
So. Yeah, I'm driving a little bit further than you and John.
Okay. God.
So, I'll probably drive over to around somewhere between Indianapolis, Indiana, and Dayton, Ohio, and spend the night, and then go the rest of the way the next day.
Wow. Okay. God, that's insane. That is insane.
Yeah, it's to try to ship everything out there and fly out there, and then got to rent a vehicle that's big enough to haul everything around and get stuff gathered up, get it to the show, get it packed back up, back to a shipping company. It's just...
Yeah, it's painful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easier for me to load everything in my SUV and just drive.
Fair enough.
So, it'll be all good. It's worth it. And, people take cross-country trips and call them vacations, so I'm calling this vacation. But yeah, I think I'm driving just about double the distance one way that you and John are, because you're coming out of Chicago, right?
That's it. Yeah, exactly that. God, there. Yeah,
and then another one of the guys that's going to be at our booth there is he's coming out of Milwaukee, and he's driving as well because he's hauling printers. So
did you think when you were younger you were going to be like, hey, you know what? We're going to be 3D printing guys, and we're going to be doing this kind of crazy stuff all the time? I say all the time. It's not that often, I suppose. But do you do many events? How many events do you do a year?
Oh no, for 3D printing.
Yeah.
Murph was my very first one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now, I used to be in the custom motorcycle business, so from the end of February through the end of October every year, I was at an event every weekend, year round, or I mean
Wow.
every year. And then I do some trade show work for the aerospace industry now, where we transport just different stuff to different shows. I've got just took some stuff to a weapons show in actually in Maryland last week that I took care of, but yeah, as far as 3D printing goes, no, Murph was the very first one for me.
Oh, exciting times, dude. That's awesome. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it was the encouragement of Fabrico, Hector, and Andre from belt3dprinterkit.com that I even started the YouTube channel. You know,
Okay.
I was doing some videos for them on, you know, how to do different stuff with the belt printers, and they kept saying you need to start a YouTube channel. So here we are.
Nice hammer. Yeah, man. It's got to be done, isn't it? It's got to be done.
You don't have a printed 3D hammer?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, not. I'm having fun with this printed part today, though.
Here you go, Sam, right there.
Hey, send me the STL. I'll print it.
I think it's on Thingiverse or someplace. It's called Thwack. THWACK.
A flack.
Okay. THWACK. Yeah, Thwack.
Thwack. Okay, I got it. I get it. Okay, a thwacker. Brilliant.
Yeah, you want to make sure you get your infill and your perimeters and everything right on this, because if you don't, the first time you go to whack something with it really good, the head pops off right here and it hurts when it hits you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
But it works like for knocking the bearings into here.
Yeah,
works perfect. Set the bearing on there and give them a whack with that hammer, and you know this one's printed in PLA, so it's softer than metal, so it's going to give before it damages metal.
Got it. Thwacker. I'm going to have a look for that in a bit. Love that. So we are slowly but surely coming towards the end of this build, thankfully. The only thing I'm not going to have here finished is going to be the very front, because I'm going to do a customized front on this. And obviously the head, because I kind of want to have a Anycubic-esque design on that. I'm not too sure what I'm going to put on it. But I'm hoping that the advice that I've got regarding the on and off switch with the little notch, I hope that's going to be good advice. And we'll certainly test that in a minute and see if we've got it going. Well,
the on and off switches that I bought, I'm trying to find one. I thought I had one up here on the desk. They actually had it printed on the side, which one's on, which way's on and which way's off. So,
okay.
Because I didn't look at it right the first time, and I got it all built and put it together, and the thing wouldn't work, and I was getting mad, and I might have actually kicked it and knocked the head off, and it drove away with no head because the switch was backwards.
So you're involved with motorcycles. What do you ride?
I don't really ride anymore.
Okay.
You know how it is when you do something for a living, when you finally get away from that and you're just burned out on it, you have no interest. I have a Harley, but I rarely ride it anymore.
Okay.
There may be a Suzuki GSXR out there in the shed too that it's just an organ donor bike.
Yeah.
Because when you get out there on that, you do things that turn you into an organ donor if they can find enough pieces of you when they're done picking it up.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it.
So I've had several people ask about how I get that texture.
Oh yeah.
So I'll probably here in the next couple days, I'll do a video on that and print another one of these and show what the settings I use to do that. It's just exposed infill is all it is. But
Okay.
then the way I did it is this is you have to make these parts in multiple pieces and then combine them all together and use like Super Slicer where you can designate that you want this solid and this solid, but then you want no top fill on this part and stuff. But I'll probably throw a video together here, in the next couple of days if somebody wants to give that a try, because it gives it a really interesting look. And I'll be honest with you, I came across that by accident. I had because that Mercury right there, whoops, it's got stuff printing, and I opened it up. Now I'll have cracked parts. Yeah, I had a failed print on it with the Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder, the ERCF.
Yeah.
And I went ahead and popped the plate off there, and the infill was still visible on the main body, but the lettering was all there like it should be.
Right.
And I'm like, that is really cool. So I intentionally started doing it after that.
Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I mean, I tell you what, I've been using Cura 5.1 more recently now instead of Super Slicer. And did you see the octopus that I did?
Yeah.
Okay, so the octopus has got a lightning infill inside of it.
Right.
And man, tell you what, it cuts down the print time massively. It's insane amount of print time that it saves upon. And again, it's a very, very simple thing. Just check that box and away you go.
I thought that was it Super Slicer or Prusa Slicer that was going to add lightning infill?
Oh, I don't know.
Hang on here a second. I thought I seen somewhere that one or the other of them was going to add lightning infill, but I'm not seeing it on either one of them, and I have the latest on both of them, so it must have been something else that I was thinking of. But yeah, like that V0 right here behind me, that prints best with lightning or with Cura 5.1. Getting the best prints off of it using Cura, and then like the 0G right behind me with the ERCF on it, I use Super Slice or Prusa Slicer on it just because I have my multi-material tuned the best on Prusa Slicer. And then the other printers in here, I use either Prusa or Super Slicer, Cura. I mean, I'm an equal opportunity offender.
Yeah.
So, and the belt printers, those I have to use Idea Maker.
Right. What belt printers do you use?
They're the belt3dprinterkit.com belt printers.
Yeah. Okay.
It was that red one, green one, and yellow one that were right straight across. Jason says Prusa Slicer has it now. They're right straight across from Fabrico's booth. I had all three of them set up their printing. So they're basically kits to turn Ender 3s into belt printers. One's a 90-degree kit and one's a 45-degree kit.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I filmed some of that stuff, actually.
Yeah. The new Prusa Slicer has lightning infill. I'm looking at it right now.
There you go. So just to finalize these last couple of bits, we are whacking in the battery, which I'll tell you what, that is a tight fit in there at the moment. Very tight fit. He's popping in. And I'm just popping the cables inside, so we are all nice and snug and safe. There he goes. And then we're going to do the test on whether or not the unit works.
So you can on your remote control there, if you go into channel 5 where you have your Bulger programmed in,
Yep.
there should be a setting for endpoint adjustments.
Yes.
And if you go into the endpoint adjustments and just max them out, both positive and negative, it'll give you some more throw there. You still won't get to 180 degrees, but you'll get probably with that radio and that servo, probably around 160, 165 degrees total swing on it.
Got it. Okay.
But yeah, it should be, should say endpoint adjustment. I can look at the manual here right quick.
I'm just going to put the power back on. Add this back up.
Yep, endpoint adjustments, and yeah, it's called endpoints, and you can scroll down channel 5 and max out both directions on it, and that'll give you some more
throw.
Yeah.
Okay. Endpoint adjusters. Yeah. Well, what I'll do is I think I'll grab a bit of footage and I'll add that to the mixer settings for that particular radio, because I've got about 4 or 5 different radios here that I was going to try all different ones out on. I just bought them all from AliExpress or whatever. So I figured whoever, if you want to go cheap, then there's a cheap one. If you want to go, this little thing here. Yeah, that's what you're using, is it? Okay.
Yeah, and it's it'll do everything basically the same. It doesn't have the Elevon and that type of setting that the Fly Sky has, so you can't just one click it. You've actually got to go in and mix them in. But if these are a little bit more, well, considerably more expensive, it's a 7-channel and runs like $90.
Yeah.
But it may or may not have a gyro in the receiver to help with stability in racing that may or may not be used in the races that I'm pleading the fifth.
Fair enough. Now I'm going to tell you something right now. I've just turned this on. Okay, let me show you this. Right, you know what I'm going to say, right? So this at the moment is on. Okay, that's what you would call an on version, because you know that this is in the onward position. However, that is now on. So that's now armed. So the switch is actually around the wrong way. So the notch actually needs to be pointing to the off, not the on. So I'm going to have to disassemble this bit. I'm not going to do it now, but I'm going to have to disassemble that and obviously change that around. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty much a finished DeathRacer. Okay. The other couple of things we have to add, obviously, is the head and what have we got there?
I don't know if you can see it or not, but the notch is at the back on this one too, and that's off. So
interesting.
I should have went and looked at mine when you were working on yours, because I know this one works. I've had it running, and the switch goes towards the notch is off.
Righto. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we're back to front on that, but that won't be too much of a tragedy because I can just undo these bits and just obviously sort those bits and pieces out. Now, just before we go, I'm just going to go through the radio stuff again, and that's the maximum throw that I've got on that. So you reckon, where do we go? Sorry,
it's called endpoint.
Okay.
It says endpoints.
Endpoints. Yep. And we're going down to 5. Oh.
Then just max both of them out.
How do we get into the other No. Okay. Down. Up.
Hey, Dutch, if you're still watching, that plate's 100 degrees.
Okay. So, all right, son. All right, son.
Seemed to give you just a little bit more this way, but it's not giving you much more, is it?
No. Oh yeah, baby. So we're going to play around with some of these settings and get the throws right on the arms. I'm going to do that in a separate video. You're right. I mean, what it says on these endpoints is it gives me 120 on channel 5, but I can't, you know what I mean? I can't get over to the next bit of the menu. It's sort of it's sort of not allowing me to, if I press, okay, no, I can go up to 120 on the throw and save it. I go back in, but I can't get down to, yeah, just if you press OK.
Oh, no, move the channel stick.
Oh, okay.
Move the channel stick and it'll switch to the other one.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, mate.
So swing it one way and adjust your input that way, and then move your channel all the way the other way, and then you should be able to adjust that one.
So swing the control. Hang on. Let's not have this flying around too much.
There's a STL out for a stand. You can put that on.
I know. I'll be downloading that shortly.
Well, now you turned it off.
That hasn't worked.
Yeah, it says to move the channel stick knob to select the lower high side. So once you move one side, then use the swing it all the way the other way on the remote, and it should select the other one.
No. Nope. It does not allow me to do that.
Really?
Hmm.
Yeah, see, I don't have one of them here to try it on.
Yeah. Well, I'll certainly make that into another video, and I'll have a look at the sub trims and things like that, and see if we can kind of get any kind of movement on that. And then I'll probably end up doing the mod as well. So we kind of know where we're at. The other thing, obviously, I'm going to be arming this.
You're getting more throw there now. One way, not the other.
It's not so bad that end. Sam, the right stick should move to the second column. Okay, give me a second. Let me go back into it. Let me kill this. Okay. System endpoints, yeah. So down. So you can OK through them all, and it goes to the high side. No.
What happens when you swing the stick all the way to?
Nothing. The right stick should move to the second column, but it doesn't. Oh, hang on. No, it's done it. What? Maybe it's a double. Okay, that's weird. Okay, well, that's worked. I don't know how I did it. Cool. Okay, well, let's plug him back in then. And let's give it a little test. I don't think it's made too much of a difference. Insane. Absolutely insane.
Now, is that the 11-turn motors on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got coming up, though. I think you're going to have some scary things to show us, which is good, which I like. Well, look, I'm going to end it there, guys, just as we are literally about to Did you tell him about the flamethrower that you've put on there? honestly, you guys. So I'll have some photos and stuff up of this. There you go. These all completed on the back there. And I'll just whack the old side plates on for the Anycubic parts. Bing, bing. And then we are pretty much there, guys. If you've got any questions, whack them down on the comments. Thank you very much for joining me today. Edge of 3D. What's your real name?
Scott.
Scott. Of course it is. Thank you, Scott. Really appreciate you jumping on to assist us with this. Guys, if you've got any questions, big it up to Scott there. Scott, what's your Edge of 3D, I guess, is your YouTube channel?
Yep, Edge of 3D is my YouTube channel, and I'm Scott Meredith on the Facebook users group. And hell, I don't know what I am over on Discord. I'd have to go look.
No worries. Okay, well, I'll add your details to the bottom of the YouTube link as well. Make sure you hit the subscribe button for Edge of 3D. We will see you at Earth.
Yeah, and I'll do a video here in the next couple of days about how to do these with the texture on them, and I will get the modified, what I call the Pro Mod frame for the 5-to-1 gearboxes.
Yeah,
I'll get these uploaded, and I'll do two versions. I'll do one where it screws directly into the plastic, and another one where it screws where you use the heat set inserts. And I'll get all that uploaded on the Facebook group.
You're a gentleman. Thank you so much, Scott. I really appreciate that. We'll see you soon. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
We'll see you next time.
See you in 3 weeks.
You will. Take
all
care.
Right. Take care.
Bye. Bye.